So we'll give one commissioner a little bit of time. He's getting coffee.
Did the blinds go down a little more? That's pirate.
The blinds?
Well, it,
Oh, the lights.
yeah, it's hard.
Good morning, everyone. Let's come to order. This is the Strategic Planning Workshop for the Commission for Thursday, March 26th. Let us come to order. Silence your cell phones if you don't mind. And Madam City Clerk, call the roll.
Commissioner Perrine?
Here.
Commissioner Martin?
Here.
Commissioner Ashley?
Here.
Vice Mayor McGurk?
Here.
Mayor Cleveland?
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you one and all for joining. I've asked our CEO and General Manager of the Utilities Commission to lead the public participation today. He's going to give us a little update on what happened the other night and how we repaired it. Mr. Chavez, thanks for coming.
Thanks, Mayor and Commissioners. So just a quick update. So we did have a quick thunderstorm that went through. I know certain areas did not see it. It was all cleared out in under an hour, but we did have about 4,400 customers. So the outage took longer than expected, much longer than we would like, primarily due to we had a project where we were replacing conductor transmission line wire near Field Street. So that project actually just wrapped up yesterday. So of course, when we do these types of bigger projects on the transmission side, we have to the circuits that are all connected normally, we call it an abnormal configuration. So that's really, in essence, the terminology which we just had to reconnect customers in a different manner until that project's done. Well, when that occurred, it takes a little bit longer to identify where the outage was. Once we identified it, we were then able to quickly restore it. We are having a lessons learned next week to see what we can do differently next time to minimize the outage duration. It was approximately 4,400, and we will, of course, continue to see what we learn and how we can do it faster. The abnormal configuration that was there, the work was done, so now the lines are being put exactly as they normally are. So we apologize for the inconvenience, and we've reached out we did get some phone calls that we then dealt with our customers. So,
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Thank you. Appreciate that. Ephraim, appreciate your work and getting it back in order. In effect, did you have to do it twice if you have a temporary restoration and then you have some other work that you were doing? You have to kind of go back and reconnect them a second time?
exactly, and that's what we were doing, because that night, we did get some phone calls where I was in and then I was out. Well, what's happening is we're trying to isolate where that outage is. So then we're shutting off and then putting back on certain areas. Once we were able to identify it exactly, we left everyone else on. So, but of course, now that we're back to normal configuration, which we're doing today, things will be back to the way they normally are in a normal state.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. So this is a workshop on strategic planning, and so impressed with the number of citizens that are here today. Thank you so much for coming out. If there are any of you who would list to speak on matters pertaining to our strategic planning involving the city of New Smyrna Beach, we'd like you to come up to the podium and have a word. Again, not a question and answer session, but just your comments or your observations or your concerns or your desires. So please come forward and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Mayor, Commission. My name is Walter Bone. I'm a licensed landscape architect with Sunhouse Design here in New Smyrna Beach. I'm also a resident artist at the Victoria Meeting Center, and I am the chair of the 2026 Historic Preservation Commission here in New Smyrna Beach, volunteer role. As a landscape architect and I guess a local resident, just live 3-4 minutes from here, my wife and I chose a number of years ago to move to New Smyrna Beach just because we love the atmosphere, the people, a lot of the city staff, government staff, and we are in love, and this is our final home. So we've been here a number of years, and as a landscape architect, I've lived around the world for 12 plus years. I've experienced many different cities, different communities, different, let's say, city characteristics. From China, Dubai, Canada, Philippines, you name it. And I am here to, again, with my volunteer role as chairman of the Historic Preservation Commission, I'm here to help and assist the city in any way possible. But I do have, from a design and landscape architecture role, I do have some concerns with regard to, I guess, some of the city character, streetscape, planting, tree preservation, conservation areas, and everything else. I think the city is doing a great job with all of that, but I guess some additional work that I know the city is currently planning on, with the comprehensive plan and everything else with new hires and everything with the city. And I guess really I'm afraid of losing the character, even though New Smyrna Beach compared to other cities is smaller in size, but with Deering Park and the influx of, I don't want to say foreigners from up north, but folks from other parts of the country, we are growing and expanding quite a bit, and I applaud the City Commission, the Mayor and the City Commission for the approval of Deering Park and other projects as well. I guess my main concern is improving streetscapes, improving the urban design, the downtown core, also out on the island, preserving and improving streetscape standards such as street tree plantings, using some of our monies that are in the reserve to create a nice thematic tree planting scheme throughout the city. Also public parks, look at a much larger picture in creating parks that are walkable or bikeable for all residents. So I know part of this meeting today or the workshop is to review the expansion of the western areas of the city, and would really like to stress the importance of the parks where everything is you would have different size parks based on the location, where they are walkable, bikeable for all residents throughout the city. And so I just wanted to put my 2 cents worth in appreciating and thanking the city for proceeding with everything. And if there's any assistance y'all need, I'm just a few blocks away.
Thank you, Walter. Thank you, Mr. Bone. Appreciate your comments. Anyone else for public participation? Good morning, Mr. Flora.
Good morning, Brian Flora. I live in Sugar Mill and been here, one of those foreigners from up north. Because the Navy kind of moved me around, and I ended up here because I love it, and we love this city. I'm representing Smyrna Youth Sailing Association or Foundation, but it occurred to me how to address this. There's a saying, you build it and they will come. We've kind of flipped it around. We just got the boats, 2 boats, to start a youth sailing program. They're currently in Orlando on their way here, and I'll unload them this afternoon. And now we need you to build it. Because there's an opportunity here to we have a great resource, this river, and the waters just outside Ponce Inlet. I went to school in Kansas. They got great ball fields and things like you got here, and they hold world-class, little league tournaments and soccer, just like we do here. But they don't have this. And we have an opportunity that there's only a few people or a few places in coastal areas that have this opportunity. St. Augustine, a city population about half this size, has about 350 kids that go to camp every summer up there, and then they form teams and they race around the various places in Florida. And these kids go on and sail in college at various colleges here in Florida and elsewhere. We'd like to, build that here, and it starts with the little kids. And we want to do that for the community, and we've submitted some plans for various locations here, and we hope to partner with the city to be able to bring this, so we hope you'll build it, and we're here to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments, Brian. Anyone else for public participation? Seeing none, public participation is now closed. I'd like to thank Mr. Cowper and the staff, assembled the staff. Awesome to see you all here today. Thank you for taking time to work directly with us on something that's very important for setting up the future. Mr. Manager, would you set us up for the day, please, sir?
Yes, sir, certainly will. And just to note, we do plan for additional public comment toward the end of the meeting today, just in case people hear something that is of particular interest and want to make comments on that. So on the overhead are the strategic priority themes that we put in place as a result of this meeting last year. Just quickly, there are 9 of these strategic priority themes: building a transparent, high-performing, customer service-focused city, maintaining the health and safety of neighborhoods, maintaining neighborhood relations and communication, building social and civic infrastructure, promoting business development, enhancing the downtown as the center of our community, embracing sustainable development practices, improving the function and appearance of our existing infrastructure, and preparing for the future development of New Smyrna Beach. So you have in front of you a 3-ring binder filled with information. The first tab is the updated strategic priority themes and action items. So this is the strategic planning document that we had last year. That has been updated. None of the strategic priority themes in and of themselves have changed, but we have added a few additional action items and checked a few things off. So there's a few changes there. This year, you also have a lengthy table that is the strategic priority theme action implementation update. And so you've got the actions that we're planning to take, who's responsible in the city organization for making that happen or leading that particular effort, information we may have on the timeline when we're looking to get things accomplished, and then a status of that particular action item, whether it's underway or what has been accomplished. I'm obviously not going to go through that document today, but just to say we've made a tremendous amount of progress toward implementation of these action items. And you're going to hear today from different department heads on some of that progress and some of the things that we're looking forward to in the future. This morning, we're going to look in particular at a couple of new initiatives that we've had that we invested in this past year, our parking program and our natural resources program were really two areas where we've added a lot of resources, brought professionals into the organization to lead the way on those strategic themes. So we're going to hear from both of those new folks. We're also going to hear about stormwater. There's obviously been a lot of focus on that. We're going to hear about our capital program and where we are on a lot of the projects that are in the pipeline and some of the things that will be coming up in the near term. So we've got kind of some updates this morning. Also from Heather is going to talk about personnel and some of the things that we're implementing to improve our organization. So this morning we'll focus on kind of where we are and some of the things we're currently doing. As we move into the afternoon, we're going to look more toward the future and what we're expecting. So the Development Services Director is going to do a presentation and recap the development trends in the city so that you can get a picture of all of the various developments that have been approved and that are out there that we're going to have to take into account as we continue to manage the city. And I want you to know that we're preparing for that, and a lot of this discussion is going to focus on that. The Assistant City Manager will talk about an effort that he is leading with all of the department heads that are involved to some level or degree in future growth and development, and the coordination that he will be leading in order for us to respond to growth and development in the west side of the city and the things that we think that we will need to do to prepare for that, whether that's transportation infrastructure, water, sewer, electric, parks and recreation, public safety, all of those things. And so Ron will tell you what he is doing in that area. And then we're going to end the staff presentations with our finance director, and she'll discuss the long-range financial planning and forecast model. This is a model that we're currently building. It is an in-process model. It's certainly not finished at this time, but it will give you a good idea of the things that we're looking at as a staff to begin to prepare for the future, and some of the financial forecasts and the future operations of the city and the future capital needs of the city and future revenues of the city and things of that nature. So that will begin to give you some good information as we look forward, planning the future. And then we'll wrap up with some discussion from commission members, some feedback and some of your thoughts, just to kind of check us to make sure that we're on the right track and doing what you all want us to be doing from a strategic standpoint. So that's what the day will look like, and that is it for me for right now, unless you have any specific questions for me. And if not, we can start the presentations.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that and the preparedness. While I give my colleagues a chance to give us their thoughts and expectations and desires, I will tell you I've been studying this for quite a while, since we voted on it last year, and it will obtain most of my time at the State of the City address, going through each of these and some of the accomplishments, so the citizens can hear it publicly. Very exciting to know that we've gone from what used to be 5 pillars to 9 strategic themes and priorities. I think that's a good step to take the second level of indenture of study of what we really should do as a city going forward. So I salute you, sir, for starting that off. Any thoughts or sentiment, expectations, or desires from the commission before we get started? Vice Mayor?
No, I like the direction that the city manager laid out today. Excited to get through it. I think the key is getting through it and not getting bogged down too long on one specific issue, but make sure we get through it, and then we can get public comment. I think public comment is probably second most important, and it's a working document that we'll be working through each year, throughout the year. So we'll be touching it a lot and seeing it a lot. Thank you.
Really good. This is being live streamed for everyone's knowledge and also be recorded. Commissioner Perrine.
I'm looking forward to seeing the presentations, and I'm also glad that our Utilities Commission is here, because we've been getting a lot of emails that tend to lean more political than factual. So I'd like to have them jump in when it's a collaborative effort to present the facts versus myths and go from there, because it's part of the strategic plan and our economic development for the future.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that. Commissioner Martin.
Well, 2 things. I'm glad to see how many things have either been accomplished already or are in process. But reading through it, I just wanted to let you know that I very much appreciate the reference to staff time as having a fiscal impact. Because I think they're our most valuable resource, and we do need to look at projects in terms of what it will cost us in staff time. So thank you, thank you.
Appreciate that, ma'am. Thank you. Commissioner Ashley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I went through these strategic priority themes and action items, what struck me the most and what I expect from this workshop is to further define the broad terms that are in the strategic plan. Like for example, the word customer service can mean something to somebody and something to somebody else. So I hope that we expound and expand on comments like that. What is excellent governance? What is detrimental activity? What is structural improvements? Stuff like that, I would like to see the general terms in this strategic plan get focused down to actual action, which I think is going to happen today. So that's what I expect and hope.
Really good. Thank you very much. I appreciate all of your comments. Anything from the city clerk, city attorney, manager? We're on track.
Yes, sir.
Would you like to see Director Kidd up to bat first?
Yes, sir.
All right. So Heather Kidd, our HR director. We're anxious to, after such a robust conversation the other night, Heather, that you spurred, we're anxious to get started again. So the protocol, as I understand it, talking with the manager ahead of time, is each of the presenters will present their entire piece, and then we will go for questions, comments, and answers at the end.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you so much Always fun to be up first, so here we go. So, good morning. Today's Human Resources Update provides a snapshot of the city's workforce, our staffing levels, personnel costs, turnover and vacancies, and where we are with our major HR initiatives. The goal today is to connect workforce data to service delivery and long-term organizational sustainability, particularly in public safety and operational departments. I'll move kind of quickly through the metrics, and then I'll focus on compensation, performance management, and how we're positioning the city to remain competitive in today's labor market. To ground the workforce data that follows, I'll start with a quick look at the city's organizational structure. This organizational chart provides context for how the city services are structured and delivered. Workforce planning starts with ensuring that our organizational design aligns with operational needs and strategic priorities. As we review staffing levels, vacancies, and turnover, this structure helps explain why certain departments carry more positions and why workforce pressures in specific areas have a larger impact on service delivery. With that structure in mind, let's take a look at how many positions are funded in the fiscal year 2026 adopted budget and where they're located. The fiscal year 2026 adopted budget included 355.5 full-time equivalent positions, representing an increase of 7 FTE, or about 2% from fiscal year 2025. This reflects targeted and modest growth rather than broad expansion. The largest concentrations remain in police and fire, which is important context when we later discuss personnel cost, vacancies, and turnover. Overall, our staffing growth was added strategically to support service demands rather than across the board. Next, I'll highlight where those staffing changes occurred and the specific adjustments made for fiscal year 2026. Excuse me. The fiscal year 2026 additions of 7 FTE, with the majority of 5, were added in Public Works. These positions strengthen management, planning, and operational capacity, including facilities, GIS, parks, streets, and stormwater. Additional adjustments included 1 position in the city manager's office that focused on natural resource management, and we added half a position to finance to expand the risk management position. We also made internal realignments to better reflect how work is actually performed, improve clarity in reporting relationships, and enhance coordination across departments. Understanding where these positions were added or realigned helps explain how personnel costs are distributed across the organization. Our personnel costs account for almost 20% of the total city budget and are heavily concentrated in public safety. The slide highlights the top 5 departments with all of our other departments grouped together. The key takeaway is that workforce decisions in police and fire have a disproportionate impact on overall personnel spending, overtime exposure, and service continuity. Sorry. This is why workforce planning in these areas is a strategic, financial, and operational issue, not just an HR function that we do every day. Now that we've looked at where those personnel dollars are concentrated, let's turn to workforce stability and turnover trends. The citywide turnover rate for fiscal year 2026 was about 16%, but turnover is not evenly distributed. It's concentrated in a relatively small number of operational departments. Leisure services does show a higher turnover, which is expected due to its seasonal and part-time workforce. And that distinction is important when we evaluate our overall workforce stability. By identifying where turnover is concentrated, we can better target recruitment strategies, onboarding improvements, and supervisor support. Turnover naturally feeds into vacancies, so the next slide shows where our positions are currently unfilled across the organization. The city's current vacancy rate is about 6%, with the most significant vacancies occurring in public safety. Police currently has 9 vacant positions, fire has 3, and this reflects our ongoing labor market changes. We also see vacancies in key service delivery areas like building and inspections, streets, and parks, which directly affect workload and response times. These vacancy patterns reinforce the importance of remaining competitive in recruitment while continuing to focus on retention. These vacancy pressures are a key reason the city is focused on compensation competitiveness and classification updates. The market analysis, we're talking next about the city's compensation and classification study and where implementation stands. Police and fire, keep in mind, they implemented their study through negotiations that happened in October of 2025. So the rest of it worked a little bit later. The market analysis that we did compared the city to 20 comparator municipalities and found city pay averages about 2% below market, while benefits remained closely competitive. The study addressed pay compression, updated classifications, and established new pay structures. All applicable pay adjustments take effect April 1 and are fully funded within the 2026 adopted budget. Compensation, though, is only one part of retention, so I'll close with how performance evaluations and merit pay are being implemented. We're working to modernize performance management by implementing Evergreen's Job Performance Tool, or JPT. This is an online system that supports consistent evaluations and measurable performance standards. The city has established 5 core competencies applicable to all of our employees, along with position-specific competencies to ensure clarity and fairness across departments. The rollout is phased, with our competencies delivered this spring and merit pay fully tied to the evaluation cycle beginning in 2027. This deliberate approach supports consistency and supervisor readiness. And I'd like to just take 1 minute here and just shout out my team who helped with that project. It was not done in isolation by any means, and they were a great help to us. So I just want to take a minute to thank my fellow directors and other employees who helped with that. Thank you guys so much. So that concludes my formal presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions that I can.
Thank you so much for doing that, taking the time and effort. I'm sure we have some to unfold here. We'll start with Commissioner Ashley.
Could you put that slide back up that was just there?
This one?
So under implementation, 5 city-specific competencies. Why the word city-specific? Why?
So what we did through the working with Evergreen is their suggestion, and we agreed with it, was to find 5 competencies that worked across the board for the city. So customers and service orientation, for example, that's something that every single person who works for the city has to be proficient in.
Who's the customer?
The internal and external.
Okay.
So that was why we lumped it all together, so that we could have, some people only work with our internal customers, their coworkers, their other city employees, and some have lots of external customers. So we wanted to have both.
Okay, so people who apply for permits complain all the time that it takes too long. And the process, which is typical, has to go through 10 signatures. And the window is 30 days.
Okay?
Okay? People complain about that all the time. So what would we do as a city to improve that? Or can it be improved?
So,
For example, I don't know anything about this, so I'm just asking questions, all right? Why 10 people? Why 30 days? Why not one advocate inside the city that gets it done fast for that customer?
I can imagine that all of those things are concerned, and if you don't mind, I'm going to let Shane answer that question because he's the department head
Well,
there.
that's just one example. I mean, if you go through every single department, why aren't my streets cleaned faster? Why isn't
Sure.
that bridge built sooner? Why, you know what I mean? So,
Right, so this would be our evaluation of how those people are doing those things. So this is based on specific performance evaluation for that competency. So that competency, each department head would
Okay,
have the
so how-
opportunity to address.
Got it. So how are we going to be apprised and appraised of the progress? Once this meeting is over and we get back to city business, how do we know what's going on? How do we know what's going on?
I would think that that would come from your department heads that deal with those specific things.
How often?
Through the,
Would it be guided by you?
those things, I would go from the department head to the city manager.
I guess what I'm getting at is, should there be a consensus that by department, we will hear, okay, here's what we need to do, and here's how you guys are going to know about it more often?
I don't think I'm understanding, I apologize, Commissioner Ashley, I don't think I'm understanding how that relates to performance
Let's take the permitting
evaluation.
as an example,
Okay,
okay? So let's say that after today is over, there are some changes in permitting that are going to be implemented or going to be talked about. So, and let's say that there's a decision made down the road, maybe it's in a couple of weeks, that this change is going to happen. And that change is going to affect customer service in a better way, okay? So now we go on our merry way, and unless we are apprised of it, without digging for it, or without hearing another complaint from a customer, a citizen, I think what we need to do is be aware of the fact that as changes get implemented, or even the current thing that we do, there's a way to communicate it with us so that we're kind of up to date on things, is what I'm getting at.
Okay. Kevin, do you want to take that?
Sure. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and I think that's just on me and the rest of the management staff to communicate what we're doing back to you so that you know what is occurring. Permitting that you brought up here, that is an ongoing concern, and it's been an ongoing concern for the 35 years that I've been in this business. But I can tell you this, I've asked the assistant city manager to work with the development services director and look at that entire process of development approval in the zoning side of things and the permitting in the building side of things to make sure that that process is as streamlined as is possible. Now, I will say this. We get a lot of compliments back, too. We just heard from a national developer of, oh, my goodness, you guys are so easy to work with. We're so thankful that we connected, and your process is great. And then other times we hear, usually from more local people, of, this is insane, this is crazy, this is taking way too long, what are you people doing? And I've got a situation right now that I'm trying to help people through that's pretty complex and involves fire safety and things that they don't understand that we do. As a city, we are, in my view, we are very demanding of our development community. Our city, our residents, demand that we have high-quality development that is built according to very high design guidelines with very high stormwater requirements, high landscape requirements, and all of those things. And as we put those demands on the developer, that puts a lot of demand on the staff to perform the reviews to make sure that all of those things are being accomplished. And the end result of that is that takes time and resources to do. So, we're constantly looking at our processes, constantly, maneuvering things around so that we can adjust and get things through the process as timely as possible. But, just things like, with the Sprouts development that we're looking at, we place a very high value in New Smyrna Beach on historic trees. And that process for that developer has, ground through months to get to the point of, reviewing the trees that they wanted to take down and getting through that. That's months that we had to go through, that perhaps another community you wouldn't have to do that because they don't place the same value on trees. So, we are creating a very complex development review and permitting system with all of the requirements that we're doing. And that's what our community decides that we want, and that there's nothing wrong with that. It takes time and resources for us to be able to do that.
I think that's great, and one of the key things that you said is you got positive feedback, and I'd like to hear that too, because our emails and phone calls are like, what the hell are you guys doing?
Yeah, so to further unpack Commissioner Ashley's ideas, I certainly think, Heather, the joys of going first, right?
Of course.
Okay, so he's asking a systemic question, not just in HR, not just development services. And the phenomenon that we see is we're kind of the front line for the spokespeople back to the folks. When we don't know the answer instantly, we have to call the city manager and say, hey, he has to call department head, et cetera, et cetera. So, two things. One is there benchmarking that goes on between our processes and cities X, Y, and Z to find the best of breed, best of practice? That's one thing, regardless of which department it is. It happens to be yours right now. And the second is there a mechanism where we can get regular updates at a commission meeting, at a workshop or something, and have it on a drumbeat that runs through every department that we have here, where we can hear, here's my KPIs and here's how I'm doing on these KPIs as we go through, so that when a project comes up, Commissioner Ashley can say, hey, I know about that one and let me tell you about it, or I don't know, but I know there's a protocol, or I know we do benchmarking, or I know we do performance, so that we're better equipped to tell a good story, because Kevin has just said we get lots of good stories, but we know about them occasionally.
Right.
That's kind of the question. It's not fair for you, but you can't answer all of Shane's stuff. Shane is going to tell us in detail why it takes so doggone long, and and David Ray is going to tell us, and the fire chief is going to tell us, et cetera, et cetera. But maybe, Mr. Manager, this is a request to how you may decide to get us more on the step with all the puts and takes or what you're doing. I don't know if that's possible, but it's an idea.
Well, it is definitely possible. And, we do some benchmarking and some performance indicators. The building department, development services department, for example, can tell you exactly how long it takes to get each kind of permit through the permitting system. They track all of that information, and they can tell you the average number of business days that it takes to get a particular permit approved. We have that information, but I think what you're talking about is building the high-performing organization that this strategic theme is about. So how do we take ourselves as an organization from being a kind of a service delivery focused department of we're cranking out building permits, we're cutting the grass at the parks, and we're just doing the basic things that we need to do. And as an organization, we're emerging from kind of that small organization that's doing those basic things into a much bigger, much more complex organization doing much more complex things. And that organizational structure just, we can hire a person that's focused on performance management and building performance management tools. There are lots of cities that have entire departments within them that manage performance indicators, work with the departments to develop those indicators, and then have very complex tools that report those indicators. And you can look yourself at a dashboard on the computer anytime that you want and see all of the different things that you want reported on. We don't have that in place today. Certainly, over time, we will build that program. But I'm probably focused on a few more basic things before we get to that.
That's good to know.
And I appreciate what you're saying, and I agree 100% with you. But it is going to take us a little bit of time to build toward that. And as we get this strategic plan built, and Vesky is going to be responsible for keeping this strategic plan updated and working with the department heads on reporting it, and hopefully we can build a outward-facing dashboard so that people can come back and check on the status of this. And I do think what you're asking is very reasonable and that we can get there, but it is going to take us a little bit little bit of time.
How much then?
I-
No, I appreciate that. I really do.
You may have to run again, Brian.
Quick question.
Commissioner Perine.
So to piggyback off of this, and Mr. Cowper's fairly new, 4 years ago, we had asked our manager, Khalid, to do KPIs for us, do some benchmarking by department with measurements. And so I think that's where our impatience may be coming. And I want to elaborate. I have the same sentiments as Commissioner Ashley. For example, for HR, I love seeing these numbers, but we don't know what we're comparing these to. So if you would take simple graph that says turnover rate, vacancy rate, full-time employees last year to this year, and we base our measurements on these KPIs, and year over year we have comparisons. So, you know, I like seeing we have 7 full-time, but I can't recall how many we had last year full-time. I can't recall what the turnover rate was last year. So I just would like to see this year compared to last year, and the last year, and the last year. If we have 5 years, then we need to build this model to where when we started this last year to continue on, like you said, with your dashboard. Super easy to do. Simple Excel spreadsheet. You know, I could whip it out in 5 minutes if you want me to. But the time that's going to come that Commissioner Martin said isn't just developing the spreadsheet, it's a collaboration between departments on what the measurements are going to be and determining what those KPIs are going to be per department. I think this is going to help us going forward with the public too, because when they come at us saying, oh, you've done all this development, no, here's our building permits last year to this year in the last 5 years. It's going to be right there in their face. Facts don't lie. Same thing with our police department. I can remember when we had a different chief, we had a huge need and a lot of shortage on police officers several years ago. You guys all remember that. But it just helps if each department is accountable, but that's probably going to come from you, not us, because you know what their key measurements is. But what we like to see as a public and as commissioners is at a glance this year compared to last year since we started this, and then going forward. For the new commission board that's up here next year, it's going to be an easy transition.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that, Commissioner Martin.
First of all, thank you for bringing up the concept of what's happening over time. Thank you very much. The one thing, the updating of the chart, it seems to me that you've done a great job, Manager Cowper, in making this sheet where we can see what's going on. And generally, I mean, it's just, I understand a more sophisticated system would be great, but this, I think, is good and just a cheap and easy way to keep it updated. And just on a by the way, every time I get one of those development calls, what's wrong, what's taking so long, I invariably find out it's because the developer has not submitted all the information. And this goes on and on again. And or the developer doesn't like our rules and regulations and thinks that he or she should be able to go around them. Right. So that's what I run into a lot.
Thank you, ma'am. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Heather, you show needs of employees. How many unfulfilled positions? How many of these positions unfulfilled are due to what we pay? My question, well, my point in that is we've had a history of underpaying, and we've been trying to get out from behind that 8 ball for a long time. So I hate when I hear someone left here, a good person, someone we really liked, or someone we were grooming for a position, and they left to a city in Volusia County, and they got significantly more pay. And that was really the reason. We have a history of being lower pay. I mean, this goes back many decades, of philosophy of commissions in the city back in the 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. So we have been working hard at that. So when I see vacant positions that need to be filled, I just want to make sure that we're competitive. As we all have said, we expect the best. We want the best for New Smyrna. We can't have the best if we're not willing to pay very competitively or the best. I want New Smyrna to be a place where the best people not here are leaving other places to come here. So what's your take on how we are competitively in the pay environment for these positions?
So thank you for that. I think that last year, my conversation was very different. We were worried about the pay being the big issue of why we had turnover, of why we had retention issues, and we talked a lot about that. With authorization from the commission, we did a pay study and we've implemented those. All of our new pay rates that were that we went through the pay study with and that we've come up with get implemented next week. So we have these current openings are all advertised at the new rates. I've already seen an uptick in the amount of applications that we're receiving. We're looking through those, we're going through that. I think unfortunately for the police department, that's a systemic thing across the nation. I don't think New Smyrna, I think Chief would agree with me, we're not special in the fact that we're just having trouble getting qualified applicants in police, period. Fire, we just happen to have a few people who have decided to move away, and they're moving to California, they're moving to the far west coast. I don't think right now it's not a pay issue. I think that we'll see in the future, because we have implemented the pay study, we did a great job, as you saw, with increasing our rates. I don't think we're going to have as much of a problem with it being the pay issue that we've had in the past. I think we also have set some much higher expectations for who we're hiring. So I think we're being a little more selective to make sure that that pay we're giving is well-deserved. And I think that's where we're getting applicants, and that's great. I think we might be a little pickier on who we're choosing to make sure we're bringing in the absolute best candidates. I really feel like our rate of hiring from the time we advertise to the time that we actually put someone in place has increased greatly just in the last year.
That's great to hear. And as you know, we've had to take big jumps, bite the bullet on big jumps because we didn't stay. You know, so I think it's important we make sure, learning from the past, from previous commissions and previous strategies, that we need to stay competitive. We can't let us fall behind to where we're stuck in the same spot. The merit-based pay is obviously a great concept. I love it. I'll be very interested to watch how it works out in the public sector. It works very well in the private sector when you have profit sharing and you're able to have certain kind of measurables. You have different kinds of pay based on, you know, you can tangibly see what is actually occurring from these people, the producers. It's a little different in these public positions. So I'm very interested in seeing what those criteria look like and how that plays out. But I think it's a great idea, great attempt, and look forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. Heather, would you help explain a little more about the employee satisfaction surveys? What have you learned? How often do you do it? And how do you use it?
So right now we're doing that through our exit surveys. So when an employee is leaving, we're doing that. My intent is over the course of the next year to start doing more what I would call stay interviews, looking at how we can talk to our current employees, find out what's working, what they still have stressors over, what they need from us, so that we can continue to expand. I think as we go through this new performance evaluation system, I think that's going to help a little bit. When our direction is to have all of our department heads sit down with their employees and go over these competencies. This is the competency, this is my expectation of you and your position going forward. These are the ways that you can perform well. These are the things that I need you to improve on. this is how you get better and do more, which will then, of course, lead into succession planning at the same time. Our JPT tool that we've implemented is going to help us with that. It's got some tools within the entire program that's going to allow us to look at some of those things. And then I think communication to our employees is going to be one of the biggest things that we have to work on to make sure they have understanding of this. As Vice Mayor mentioned, this is going to be a big change to go to merit pay within our city. And it's going to be a huge learning curve for people who've worked here 10, 15, 25 years that have just gotten COLA increases every year and have an expectation. It's going to be a big culture change for them to go to, maybe I get a COLA if the CPI is there, but then I'm looking at merit also. So I think we're going to have a lot of opportunities over the next couple years to improve those.
Yeah, boy, like almost everything you said there, especially let's not just check people that have had it and they're leaving and say, why do you leaving? Let's catch them before they're dissatisfied totally and say, hey, how can we get better? Love the merit pay, best practice certainly in industry, tough to do in a government environment for sure. And then there are many industries that just have the best jig cutter or the best grass cutter or the best mechanic that get promoted to be supervisor, and now they're like, wait a minute, I don't really know how to do the supervisor thing. And I think if you're going to approach that through the evaluation process, it's really, really helpful. I was worried that, okay, some of us don't know how to do those, and it's embarrassing to be, at a certain age and say, well, I don't want to admit to you that I really don't know how to do things, and I really don't know how to supervise. I'm really good at a die cutter, but if you want me to run the machine shop, I don't know about that, but I want the pay, I want the money, I want the responsibility, but I don't have any tools. So if you're saying you're going to equip them, go, man, go. That's exactly a great place to go. I'm assuming that when you talk about clear competency criteria, that you've got to have subject matter experts, and each department probably has to have it unique to their department. Have I got that right, or are these general things?
So what we did was we had, my committee came up with what they thought were some good competencies to start with. We did a process. We pushed all of those out to the department heads and said, now take all of these and look at each position and tell me what works. And then we put all of that into a giant bucket and said, spit us out how we bring this down to 5 core competencies. So customer service and service orientation might look different for a event tech at Leisure Services that it looks for a planner in development services. Same concept overall, but that's where the department heads are going to get some education and be pushing that out to each position of this is what it means for you, putting those expectations in place so that everyone understands that. And then on top of these 5 core competencies that we want everyone who works at the city to have, each position is then assigned anywhere from 1 to 5 more competencies to deal with the very specifics that aren't addressed within those 5 competencies, depending on position and level.
Really good. So you've got a generalist approach for these competencies, and then kind of a matrix organization, if you will. Then you're going to have the specific tasking, which could be set up under key performance indicators for each of the jobs there.
Yes.
That matrix would work really, really well. I'm delighted. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Have you considered any peer evaluation reviews, peer reviews?
So that's a portion that's available. Right now on the JPT site, there's a self-evaluation. They're working on the peer evaluation. So right now, I'd like to make sure that our department heads and our employees understand these competencies and are able to set their goals each year based on those competencies. I think that's something that we can develop as we go to then look at how do my peers observe me. So I'd like to take that in steps.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Any follow-ups by any of my peers? Thank you very much. Appreciate your time this morning.
Of course, thank you.
I'm following the tabs, right? We're going to move on to the parking and mobility. Is that right? Stormwater. I'm sorry. Stormwater update. Who's up to bat for that? Kyle?
Kyle and David.
All right, David and Kyle, very good. It's the, what tab is it? E?
Okay, good morning, everyone. What a nice dry day to talk about stormwater management. I'm going to touch upon some of the current projects, some of the upcoming projects, and the future, what the future beholds with regard to making this city more resilient to flooding and anytime we get some strong storms. So one of the projects that is currently underway, it's wrapping up right now, is the North Atlantic Drainage Improvement Project. I'm trying to go slow. I'm waiting for Commissioner Ashley to get back. So, this project, we realized that there was some concerns and flooding on the west side of Atlantic Avenue, primarily from Lakewood Street to Inlet Street. If you're familiar with the area, there's a significant grade differential from the east side homes on the ocean to the west side, and they would shed runoff toward those properties on the west side. And there's no stormwater management system when this area was developed. So what we did, and you can see on this slide, second from the left, is a exfiltration pipe that's 24-inch perforated pipe. We put in over 2,300 linear feet of this, surrounded by rock media. So that just gives us a little more voids to store runoff. So that captures, treats the runoff, and ultimately it conveys down to a park, so it does have a positive discharge. The other work involved with it, we really, with this project, the city realized some hardening of utilities, although the focus was drainage. We worked hand in hand with the Utilities Commission prior to the project. We worked with their engineering team, and probably worked with them better than I've ever worked with that department in my career here. But they actually hardened the electrical components prior to starting. They relocated power poles, primary services, et cetera, out of the way of the alignment for this particular project. And they also, in meeting with them, they upgraded the potable water services as well. So that helped, obviously, fire suppression and domestic use. So that benefited both parties because we went out to bid and we ended up hiring the same contractor, which reduces our cost for mobilization, bonds, insurance, that type of thing. And the project itself was about $1.5 million. And again, it's wrapping up right now. We're just restoring some driveways and some irrigation systems. We have 2 grants, and I believe they were for $837,500 apiece. So the grant funding actually exceeded the bids that we received. So essentially, this project is going to be completed at a net no out-of-pocket expense to the city, which is terrific. And in working with the Utilities Commission, we reduced both our costs with the roadway restoration. So if you go out there today, it's to me, it looks beautiful. I mean, it's brand new curb line. You got 25 type H structures, inlet structures, and you got a nice, clean roadway. And we shared 50% of the cost for the NSBU because they had utility cuts, and obviously we had that linear cut for the exfiltration system. So it was a good improvement for all parties. We are about 2 months ahead of schedule. So this is going to make a tremendous impact for those residents on the west side of North Atlantic from Lakewood to Inlet Street. So That's one project that we have accomplished. Upcoming project is Corbin Park. This project, again, this is another subdivision that was developed without any master stormwater system. The notice proceed was actually issued March 9th, and we received a Transform 386 grant with Volusia County, and the amount of that was up to $6 million. We actually, when we opened the bids, they were less than what we anticipated. So the commission may remember we just approved amendment to JPA amendment number one. It just allocated a pro rata share. We're paying 29% of the costs in the Transform 386 CDBG, and the grant is paying 79% of the cost. But part of that grant condition was the county actually oversees the construction management. So they've actually hired Tier as the CEI. Although we're involved, firsthand. We're out there. We address questions, that type of thing. I just sent an email to a resident this morning before I got here about this project. So we're excited to see this project move forward. It's long overdue, and it'll provide some positive relief after rain event, helping that area to recover. And the discharge points going into Turnbull Canal are going to be protected as well because of the backflow prevention devices. So we all know that Turnbull Creek, Spruce Creek, all the downstream water bodies are all tidally influenced. So that just saves the capacity of the stormwater system once you protect the outfall system. All right, I think I went over a couple of these items. We actually just received the groundbreaking ceremony. If anyone wants to attend, it's April 8th, right in front of Tractor Supply. The project itself is 600 days from March 9th. But what's good to know is, coincidentally, the same contractor that did North Atlantic Drainage Improvement Project was the lowest bidder for this project as well. So I'm dealing with the same project manager, and I'm dealing with the same site superintendent. They completed that project about 2 months in advance of the anticipated schedule. And in working with them, 600 days seems like a long time, but there's a lot of work to be done, and there's dewatering, and it's more complicated out there because there's no easements, it's just all right-of-ways. But just in conversation with them, it appears that they're going to reduce that time frame significantly. And they're going to jump on it right now. They're going to bring in 3 utility crews while the groundwater's low and the area is dry. So I think we're going to realize these improvements way ahead of schedule. So that's some positive news. All right, this is just some of the improvements. It shows the infrastructure, the RCP pipe, drainage pipe. And of course, there's always the water quality component. Obviously, we have to adhere to St. John's guidelines. So there's some treatment swales, et cetera, that we're putting up to capture and capture all the pollutants, particulates, any nitrogen, phosphorus, that type of thing before it gets discharged into the Turnbull Creek. The historic West Side, this is another large capital improvement project. It's about 570 acres approximately. You can see it's surrounded by US 1 on the east, Enterprise on the north, actually going a little bit beyond Enterprise. We're going up to Cherry Street and some other areas as well. You got Wallace on the west side and 44 on the south side of the project. So we are also have reached out to Utilities Commission, NSBU, and they're doing some upgrades as well in that area. So it's really neat to have that relationship to get all these improvements done at one time. We do have the DOT permit for this project. Canal Street is at the state jurisdiction, so we have to get their approval to install any conveyance pipes in there. We also have the district permit as well. So we just have right now funding is the key for all my projects and a lot of projects in the city. So we have the $1 million appropriations through DEP, And we have submitted the needs in an assessment. We're working with the County Office of Resiliency and Recovery. And when the Hurricane Milton envelope, when that time frame opens, we're going to go ahead and submit for this project as well. Hopefully have the same success as we did with Corbin Park. And then we can move forward with this project. The Turnbull Bay dredging, I know Dave's going to talk about some maintenance, but I was involved with this one. This was a section of Turnbull Canal, south of 44 all the way down to Old Mission, about 6,100 feet. We just took down the cross-sectional area about to -5 MSL, so it really cleared out a bunch of debris, silt buildup. We even cleared the embankments, but kept some of the vegetation for stabilization and so forth. But it was really good timing because no less than 3 discharge points from the Corbin Park project discharge into this very same canal system. So to remove that buildup and debris is good, so it allows our system to work properly. This project was also funded through a grant. I think every project I have has basically got a grant tied to it. This was USDA, Natural Resource Conservation Services. They covered about 75% of the cost, including some administrative costs, permitting, and environmental services. So a very successful project. You can see nearly 8,500 cubic yards of material stockpiled and removed from the bottom of that particular canal system. That's just the cross-section area they had to follow. And then we continued north with the dredging, again, Turnbull Creek, just north of 44 up to the trail within the NSBU's utility corridor. So again, that work is done as well, allows the area to flush better and increase the capacity. That's some of the specifics, the loading, et cetera. Again, the cross-section area material that was removed. Now, the future projects, we have the Stormwater Master Plan Phase 1 and Phase 2. The Phase 1 project, which we hired a particular consultant to do that work, is actually complete. That was a lot of data gathering to get our data set together. There's hundreds and hundreds of environmental resource permits that we had to research, like 2,500 plan sets. So that's really setting up your database to move forward with the Phase 2. Some of the goals you can see on here, the H&H model, which is the hydrologic model. You look at some of the mapping. One of the key items that we're going to do is look at some of the floodplains in here and through the Phase 2 efforts. And what you do is you qualify those areas and you determine what the BFE is based on different modeling scenarios. This just reiterates what we had. This is the Phase 1 data collection. Again, 750 ERPs, which is environmental reuse permits. They use the 2018 LIDAR information for topography. And all this data set the city has received, and I mean, it's a huge file, but it's really nice to have this first phase right now. It's really pretty neat because you can go on a particular parcel right now, and what used to take some time to look up a permit and approve plans. So they have all these polygons, and they applied all these permits and files and plans and all the cross section, everything on these particular polygons, which is tied to a parcel ID number. You just click on that parcel ID number, and bam, it shows you the St. John's permit, shows you the technical review staff reports. It shows everything. It's really nice to have. I'm not sure anyone else has that in the area, but that was part of the Phase 1. The Phase 2 again is going to occur. One thing that's kind of important that sticks out to me at least is we don't just look at the boundaries when we look at stormwater, right? We look at all the contributing areas. You know, what's the entire basin? And the entire basin includes the county. The county is our partner with the Phase 2. It's 129 square miles. And if you put that in perspective, the city is 41 square miles. So we're looking at an area 3 times the city that contributes to runoff or flow within our limits. So that's really critical. Okay, this just shows, again, some of the Phase 1. Gee whiz, you might hear that term a lot. It's Geographic Watershed Information System. That's what it stands for. And it's part of what they use when they do the WaterWise modeling. Here's some of the items we picked up on Phase 1. Structural survey. It's not structural like you think structural. That's like pipes, head walls, inlet structures, that type of thing. Phase 2. Right now, Phase 2, we actually received a Transform 386 grant for this Phase 2 that covers 100% of our costs. And it came in a lot higher than I anticipated. But fortunately, the county agreed, and they increased our contribution. So again, there's no out-of-pocket expenses. And the county is actually taking over and managing the contract with the consultant. They are actually overseeing some of the scope of services. But if you go and look at Task 3, for instance, like the project geodatabase development, that's where we're at right now, is Task 2. The notice to proceed was issued January 29th, and it's a 400-day process, right? So we determined the best peer review would be city staff, right? So we saved them some time and probably some funding to do that, because we know, we've modeled, for instance, Venetian Bay, we've modeled that. We put piezometers out there, we have staff gauges. Who knows the city better than city staff? So we're going to do the peer review on this, which is going to be Task 3. And then you can see all the remaining tasks. We'll go through some of the slides which better define the remaining tasks through task number 8. So Task 1 went through about 2021 is when we entered into agreement with that firm to do Stormwater Master Plan Phase 1. Phase 2 is going to take it from 2021 to 2025. So it's going to update all the documentation, all the critical assets, and bring us up to speed. There is the 129 square miles contributing area. Let's see, the field data acquisition cross-sectional. This is just some of the scope of work. There is an extensive amount of surveying that the county and the city wanted to do. So there's some features that aren't caught in or captured in the LiDAR. There's some missing areas. Like even newer developments like, Artesia, Phase 6, if you look at the Palms, a lot of that is shown as undeveloped. So, that's all changed. So we actually have to go out and do some survey work to capture that and put it in the database. So we look at, again, the H&H modeling, just some of the data sets they used, CN's curve number, that just applies a hardness percentage to a certain surface, time of concentration, channel flow. So this is all what they're going to look at. Bridge rating curves, that's if something expands. If it spans a waterway by more than 20 feet, it's considered a bridge. So there's rating curves. There's no set coefficient for that, so they actually have to apply that individually. Task 4, again, this is modeling 100-year critical analysis. What's good to note is the 100-year, with our development, we require right now just a 25-year, 24-hour storm event, right? So it's about 9.5 inches over a bell curve of 24 hours. But This is actually the 100-year critical duration analysis for the 96-hour. I mean, that's an extreme event. I mean, that's you're talking about a lot more than what we require. And we look at the 100-year, 500-year floodplain. So this is going to take a deep dive into a lot of areas in the city that has never occurred before. So, you know, our goal is to get in with the FEMA, which will then decrease or make better our CRS rating. But what we do is that MT2 form, which is just the city acknowledgement form that I have to sign, we'll submit a letter of map revision to FEMA and let them know, hey, these are not undetermined special flood hazard areas. We've modeled it, and this is the actual base flood. So it's going to be helpful dealing with FEMA in the future. Again, here's the future conditions, future land use. Just so you know, we have shared files with them on DPIC, South Village. You know, so I mean that's going to start up relatively soon. So any future land uses, that's all been shared with them, and they're taking into account the sea level rise at the intermediate level. All right, again, here's the model, some of the verification. You can see our 25-year, 24-hour is way up on the list, but they're actually going to take into account much stronger storm events, 100-year, 500-year. So that's going to help the city become obviously a little more resilient to future storms. This is something that I will bring back to commission that we don't have, nor does the county have this. No, not too many people have this in place. When you talk about level of service, sometimes you hear about traffic transportation. You know, this intersections, you know, it's acting as a or B or C. But we don't have this currently for flooding or stormwater management. So I'm gonna bring this back, and whatever methodology the commission prefers, but we've just basically subdivided it or provided 4 categories. And you can see level A being the best. Obviously, the stormwater management system is working appropriately. B, again, the flooding, but it's non-structural. C, roads flooding makes accessibility a little more difficult. And D, obviously, is not where we want to go. So once we get all this determined and the modeling, everything go along with it, I'm going to bring this back to commission for their acceptance and input. Okay, what's this mean in the long run? The BMP's best management practices. So once we get all the information, all the LiDAR, the data sets, everything's modeled, so on and so forth, we're going to look at some projects. How can we make this a better community, you know, with regard to flood abatement? Well, we're going to look at roadways, neighborhoods, businesses, and river. So those are like some of the key elements you look at. River is, they just classify, that could be Turnbull Creek, that could be Spruce Creek, it could be Rose Bay. River is just how they classify it. So then you look at the benefit cost analysis, flood benefit. Obviously, you have to look at water quality, and then you apply for grants, and then you get the alternatives. You know, which project's going to help the most people, you know, so, you know, bang for the buck type thing. So that's the ultimate goal of this whole program. All right, this is just the timeline, the schedule. Like I said, the NTP was just issued in January, and it's a 400 days. So if everything goes according to the original schedule, we're looking at March of next year for that project to be completed. And here are again, some of the benefits that I talked about, and updating FEMA floodplain maps, I think, is really important. And so it tells us that, you know, gives us a guideline on, for instance, what finished floor elevation should be set at. You know, we have a 2-foot buffer between the BFE and the finished floor elevation. So obviously some of the newer subdivisions aren't going to be as prone to flooding as maybe some of the older subdivisions are. Okay, with that, I'm going to hand it over to the guy who has to maintain all this when we build it. So I'd like to turn over to David Ray.
Not quite as tall as you. All right. Good morning. Yeah, like as Kyle said, we're the ones who do all the maintenance. Wanted to give a little update as to where we're at and what our maintenance actually does. There we go. Much better. So overall, with the flood protection, the resilience, we do routine clearing of our canals, of our retention ponds, pipes, culverts, things of that nature. It essentially removes all the sediment, removes any blockages, anything that would hinder the water movement. It does have environmental and public health, whether it be by removing the pooling water where insects can start to grow and things of that nature. We remove the vegetation that is there. It protects the downstream water quality. We also have the different types of equipment, which on this slide here, we have a couple different options. We have excavators, mini excavators that we use that we can reach into the canals, into the ditches, and remove the sediment. It helps stabilize the banks as well. We have mower attachments that we can put onto our excavators or onto our different equipment to really limit the growth within the ditch, which allows for water movement, things of that nature. And our newest piece of equipment that we have deployed is our spider. This can get into areas that the majority of our equipment cannot get into. It allows us to get into deeper water, get into the different canals, actually get inside and start really removing any blockages. What we believe in Public Works is, the right tool improves the efficiency, safety, and the outcome of what we're doing. And we have the tools at our disposal right now and going forward. A little bit about the projects that we have done. So we have over 45,000 feet of ditches within the city. The picture in the top right, that is just a portion of the material that we have removed over the last year. All the sediment that's come out of some of the ditches. We have recently taken over the ditches along the SR 44 and Canal Street. We hit those minimum quarterly. At the Turnbull North, just a few numbers. 2,200 cubic yards of sediment was removed from the north side of the Turnbull Canal. Over 3,000 square yards of invasives was removed. We're in the process right now with our DEM grant. Old Menorcan Pond, that one's finished. Just under 700 yards was removed. The Pine Island Aqua Court, that one is current. It's still going. They're targeting an early summer 2026 finish, but to date, they've already removed 2,300 cubic yards of sediment out of Aqua and Pine Island. The Cemetery Canal bank stabilization, that one is ongoing right now too. If you stop by the Sugar Mill Trailhead, you'll see the process has begun. They're targeting an early summer finish for that as well. And the Gabordi Canal is the last part of that grant. We're waiting on one final permit, and then they are ready to hit the ground running and targeting a late summer completion for that one there. Upcoming for 26 as well, we do have it budgeted to dredge the area by the Turnbull Bay and the railroad trestle and the 10th Street ditch. Those are two of the bigger items that we have that we'll be going out to bid for. But on top of that, we do have, with everything there, we have over 40 other ditches and canals that we maintain on a consistent basis. Wanted to show a few before and after. So the top left is the ditch over off of Page Avenue. You can see it's blocked, trees down, things of that nature. We were able to get our spider in there. And the picture on the right is the after picture. You can see it's nice and clear, and the water movement will have no blockages. Also wanted to show some of the pipes. The two on the bottom left, those are actually in the aisles of Sugar Mill. And then we cleared them out and able to have free flow on the right side there. But on top of the ditches, canals, retention ponds, we're also looking at the pipes and the culverts throughout the city. We use, again, we have different equipment. We have our VACCON, we call it the big blue machine. You'll see it all over the city. We use that to either suck out the sediment. We can use it as it can jet through. We also have a company that we work with to do pipelining, and that reinforces the pipes throughout the city, especially some of the aging infrastructure. We're able to kind of get that in there to repair any of those pipes. Where did that go? There we go. So some of the stats for the pipe cleaning and the culvert. We do pre and post storm inspections, especially of the areas that we know are prone to flooding. We have our pipes and culverts are inspected throughout the year. We have over 5,000 culverts and pipes that we're doing throughout the year. And what that allows us to, all the inspections, what that allows us to do is strategically pick what we're going to pipeline throughout the year, from year to year. Some of the projects that the Dora Street drainage was done. We do have some upcoming. We're adding all of our stormwater to our GIS maps as well. Anything to do with pipes, culverts, ditches, canal, we're updating all that into our GIS maps. We are purchasing this year our own, we call it a pipe tracker, but it can go inside the pipe and actually video, so we can have full video evidence of the different pipes throughout the city. We do have another project coming up that we've ordered all the material for at Palmetto and 7th. And our new street sweeper that we will be deploying should be on site within the next week or so. So we're excited to get that out and get that moving. This is one of the projects we did the picture, just wanted to be able to show kind of a before and after. This is over in the Hidden Pines area of just, clearing out one of the pipes and, making sure that we're not going to get any blockages going forward. That's what we have for maintenance, so we are here for any questions you have.
Wonderful. Thanks, both of you guys. And so we can, I've got questions for both, and I'm sure most of us do, but we are grateful for all the work that you're doing. And the residents are really keen on knowing this stuff, so this will take up a good portion of the state of the city as well. Commissioner Perrine.
Thank you. Yes, I know this is an ongoing battle, and as it should be because of all the flooding we've had. I have several questions. The spider that this commission board approved, and you've had it in place. Previously, we relied a lot on the county for that. Do we rely on the county at all for help for our city areas now that we have our spider, or is this solely 100% city now?
It is very minimal. We will only, at this point, we'll contact the county if it's something that our spider is deployed somewhere and we need to get something cleaned out right away, but that's very few and far between since we've been deploying our own spider.
Do we have labor working on these canals 100% of the time, every day, or is it based on grants? Or if you look at the whole canal issue that we have, what percent overall have we completed versus what we still have yet to done, ballpark?
In terms of all the canals?
All of them.
So the canals that are not part of the grant or part of something that we're going to go out to bid for, we typically try to hit those all throughout the year. So now that we have our own spider, the first year it's taken a little bit longer as the crew is getting used to that, getting used to the spider and getting used to the actual canal and getting in and out. But once we have that, we will hit every year, our goal would be to hit all the ditches every year moving forward. And once you get done the first year, it's going to get easier from year to year.
So in theory, we've completed 25%, 50%?
We have probably hit a little over 50% of the ditches that we're responsible to maintain with the spider or with our equipment.
And we really don't have a way to know what kind of impact that's going to have with the next big hurricane storm, but what % do you think that will help overall?
I mean, it's going to have a big effect on keeping the water movement. Obviously, all of our canals are tidal influenced, but once the tide goes out, you know, in years past, some of these canals, if they were blocked, that's going to impede the water flow getting out as well as coming in. But by us removing all those blockages, it will allow the water to move out quickly.
Can we camp there for just a second? Kyle, this may be an engineering question rather than a maintenance question. I think what she's asking is the system designed, capacitized for the runoff and the flow and the rate that we need to keep our streets and homes from being flooded? And if you haven't made a calculation, do you have the capacity to make a calculation and get back to us?
Well, volume and flow are the two key components for discharge, obviously, and conveyance. Anytime we do the retrofit projects like the ones I just went over, we upsize the pipes or we add some additional infrastructure to make sure that it has a capacity to discharge that whatever storm event it's designed for, 50-year, 100-year, so forth. And what's one of the nice things about it is the Stormwater Master Plan Phase 2, they're going to do an inventory of all the infrastructure. So, and they have the capacity to model this. Obviously, back in the day when they put a 12-inch CMP pipe, it's corrugated, dilapidated, doesn't have the capacity. This needs to be upgraded. So when we get the final results, it'll give us that, Mayor. It'll tell us what we need to do to upgrade that and make that capacity better.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Sorry for interrupting.
That's okay. David, I just want to get this in my head. For us running the spider versus relying on the county, it was almost like no choice that we had to do it because the county couldn't keep up, basically. And then, but we were actually paying them to do that as an independent contractor type, correct?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
So whatever labor we have now doing our own work with this spider, it's almost like a no, we have to. It was like not being done fast enough. I just want to make that clear for the people that didn't know this in the past. This question may be for Kyle. We rely a lot on grants for our stormwater. What area do you think is right now the most vulnerable place that we have coming for the next hurricane that we have not addressed yet and don't have it on our plan based on not receiving a grant yet?
Well, the most vulnerable areas, and I didn't touch upon it, but we just wrapping up the vulnerability assessment analysis, which also looks at the critical assets, which is different than floodplain, different than compensating storage, different than stormwater management. It's a vulnerability analysis, that assessment. So that gives us, that'll define what areas need to be improved to protect that going for, in the future, so we don't have the outages, that type of thing. But obviously, with some of the older developments, right now we are moving forward Corbin Park. I really want to get historic West Side going. That's I don't know, my ambition. That's one project I want to move forward with quickly. They're low-lying areas. And they are subject to the flood because in some areas there's no way to capture the runoff and convey it. So that's really the key areas are really in the mainland. There's a few pockets on beachside, believe it or not. They're not even in the special flood hazard area. They're in Zone X, but they do flood. We've upgraded. David has taken the initiative and he's upgraded some of the lift stations, the pump sizes, backup generators, which we never had before. So really being proactive in reducing potential for future flooding and citywide. But right now I really want to focus on some of those mainland areas.
thank you. One last question. Does your model update and show any proof at all that any of the new or current development has caused more flooding in this city?
Well, we don't have the modeling done yet, but we went through that whole scenario about 3 years ago, and there was no conclusive evidence that especially there was some implications that there was some areas, by 95 or west of 95 that may have contributed, but there was no evidence, there was no technical data that supported it.
We recently had a seminar talking about this from a gentleman from the state, and his models also showed that there was not any current development or recent development that has caused flooding, correct? And I can't remember, it was held here, the name of the gentleman.
I'm not familiar with that, Commissioner, but I do know some of those areas discharge, once you get into your Rhodesia, Venetian Bay, Palm System, they actually go into the Samsula Canal, and those areas go north through Port Orange into Spruce Creek, Murray Creek, that type area. And as David alluded to, some of the areas, if you look at like Isles and Landings, Serena Lakes, they actually discharge into the Glencoe Cemetery Canal, and we're stabilizing that right now because that had huge washouts, took some of our trail away, and jeopardized actually one of the main transmission poles for the entire city. So we're taking actions right now to make sure those conveyance routes are going to operate efficiently and better than they used to.
I love all the work you guys have done. Very much kudos. I hope you get this out into the public with our advertising and marketing. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that. Commissioner McGurk.
Thank you, Mayor. Guy, I only got 2 for you, and then I have 2 for Dave. First thing is, with our larger developments, with the way the state is interfering, I have met with you a number of times about what our water retention requirements are and how much more we can increase it. So we've been able to increase it, and Senate Bill 180 crushed that. The question is, strategically, can we or have we started trying to put together a plan to deal with the interference from the state that would prevent us from being able to analyze our own community and make the necessary upgrades that we feel are appropriate? That's what I'm saying is, how are we going to respond to the state's encumbrance of us managing our city stormwater?
I'm not sure that Kyle's going to be able to answer that question for you. We're tracking the legislation. We're working with Florida League of Cities. We're working with different organizations. The city manager group, for example, has been involved in it. We're going to the state, pleading our case, trying to get them to not do the things that they're doing. So ultimately,
right.
we're trying to do exactly what you're saying.
I realize it was a question, but it was a question that wasn't necessarily going to be able to be answered. And I think what I'm stating is, we need to start thinking along those lines of how we know what the state's doing. We know they're stymieing us, and we can assume that this probably will continue. So what is our response? What's our next step along those lines? And I don't need or expect an answer from you today. I'm just identifying that future problem that I think that we just, they're not doing things that are going to help us. We need to start worrying about things we can do to try to circumvent that. And again, I know that puts you in a seat that you just can't answer that right now.
Yeah, when we get to the next presentation from the Natural Resource Manager, I think that's probably one of our big answers. We're taking it upon ourselves to purchase property, preserve property, and reduce the possibility of future flooding.
Right. Second one for you, Kyle. Small individual isolated lots in the community that have been built, 40, 50, 60 years ago. We get, 3 to 6 inches of rain in a 3 to 6 hour period, and they have that local isolated flooding. It's picked up a little bit. We have it on, both mainland beachside. I think we have a plan to address it on A1A near 27th Avenue. But what is the city's plan, or do we have a plan in place to try to deal with those little isolated projects? We're doing a great job with the bigger areas, like we did Islesboro, and we're doing Corbin Park. We're gonna do the west side. But you got these little isolated areas where it's a home or two that floods under these conditions. Do we have a plan in place to deal with that?
Well, typically, we being engineering, work with Public Works, and we develop plans to assist these pockets, these low areas, these small concentrated areas in our neighborhoods, and we perform a lot of that work in-house. It's not a large capital improvement project. One, just off the top of my head, that was real successful was Surf Street, right by Peninsula. And I met with the community members out there, met in their homes, and they are just elated with the work we did. And it was 100% done in-house. And then it went through the roadway resurfacing project to make it look nice after it was done. So yes, we're aware of these between myself, my other staff members, Public Works. They know the land, lay of the land, topography, like the back of your hand, and we know where these areas are, and we're out there every day, every week, and we've got projects planned right now, small projects planned in-house to address that very same issue.
Great, glad to hear that. Dave, I love what you're doing with our local creeks and canals. I'm ecstatic to see that. The relationship with the state or the county on these little canals, we have a good relationship with the county. That doesn't stop a little bit of bicker back and forth on who's responsible on this street from this point to that point. And I would just want to say that, someone's going to have to be the bigger person sometimes on those issues. And because it's New Smyrna Beach residents and we need to get things done, I just like the idea if we, to stop a flooding problem, I don't want to have to deal with someone who says, well, that's not ours, that's the county, in a relatively small area. So I know that's a burden for us. I know that's a burden for you. But I hope we take the policy where, we'll go above and beyond what we need to look after our residents when it comes to all these little creeks and canals. So
We actually have a perfect example. So the canal that's right behind the movie theater, and that whole shopping center, that's technically a county old mosquito hand ditch that we just went in and cleared out the whole ditch for all the residents over there.
that's awesome. That's fantastic. We're doing our part. We have a lot of neighborhoods that have HOAs that are responsible for their stormwater. Many of them either don't realize that or realize that and don't do it. Do we have anything in place that monitors or at least lets them officially know that they're responsible for that? So when the next flooding comes, they're not part of the problem and they're part of trying to solve the problem.
So over the last couple years, we have created basically the HOAs and the main contacts for all those HOAs. And part of that is because they have to sign certain things during hurricanes so we can go in and clear the debris and things like that. But we've taken that opportunity to kind of tell them, okay, it's hurricane season, check on your stormwater system now. If you need any help, they can reach out to us, and we're willing to help to a certain extent, as much as we can allow. But or if they need any guidance on what to do, we're there to help them. But we definitely reach out and let the HOAs know.
Great. And then one last statement. We're doing a great job cleaning things, canals and creeks from the south, moving to the north. That's the Turnbull Creek to the south of 44, and then we're moving across 44. Then we have certain neighborhoods, and you talk about Aquacorp. Once we get just past there, we get into Turnbull Creek North and Spruce Creek, which is where all the water flows north, out the 3 bridges into the intercoastal. I'm particularly concerned that we're opening it up to the south, only for it to get stymied and bottlenecked slightly to the north in those areas I just described. One area in particular is the Turnbull Bay Bridge. The new bridge, the foot of the bridge covers an area where the old bridge during even king tides would go over the road. That's one of the reasons why we lifted it.
Yep.
So it's forcing more of the water through the little bridge opening. But that bridge opening over decades has filled in with, there's old railroad material and then the oyster beds.
Yep.
At low tide, you can literally walk across it. It's dry. And that has been a problem. So are we keeping that ball, keeping an eye on that ball? Are we trying to deal with those issues, or at least analyzing the issues to determine how much of a problem that is?
Yeah, so that specific area, we have budgeted to have that completely dredged starting this year. The biggest hurdle for that area is going to be the permitting, but we do have it budgeted to start that process this year, to essentially dredge from the bridge to the railroad tracks and clear all that area out.
That is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
That is wonderful to hear. And I know that we have the same problems as private sector. We have to go through DEP.
Yep.
It's an outstanding waterway. So it's not easy for us. We just don't get to get in there and do what we want to do. So,
Right.
But that's great to hear. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate that. Commissioner Martin?
Stormwater, just a quick question. The LiDAR from 2018 and 2019 is obviously before storms like Ian and Nicole. Does that topography get changed by the hurricanes, like the major hurricanes?
Well, I don't know how much it got washed out, or, obviously sometimes like during, storm events, there's accretion of material, that type of thing. But that is the latest LiDAR data that we have, the county has, that anyone can access if they'd like. And you can either refly it, or you can do what we're doing and retain the services of a professional land surveyor, and they're going to go out and actually fill in those areas that are voids or missing, that missing data set. So we're going to do that as part of the Stormwater Master Plan. So we'll confirm today's layout, lay of the land, terrain, topography, any horizontal, vertical control. That'll all be done through that Stormwater Management Plan 2.
Okay, so now I'm losing the connection between what you're doing, which I'm not, and the LiDAR. If we are functionally changing, and I noticed that you mentioned floodplain transitions, and I'm just trying, it feels like we're sort of working with shifting sand, and I know we literally are, but, which set of data do we model things on?
Right now, we're using the 2018, 2019 LiDAR is what we're modeling on.
Even though it's been changed by work that has been done by the city? You said you were filling things in and...
Yeah, and it's going to be fine-tuned with our, surveying services. So.
Perhaps the question is are you returning it to the 2018, 2019 LiDAR indicators?
We'll see what the plan suggests. I'm not returning anything right now.
Okay. And I love those curb gutters. Are we going to retrofit anything, or is that our standard going forward? The ones on North Atlantic, that beautiful gutter and curb.
The curb and gutter?
Yeah.
Yeah, that just gives it a definition, a slope,
Yeah. But are we going to use that as a standard going forward?
Well, yeah. Where we can, we'll use it. There was a significant velocity of flow on there. That's why we had to put that high back in there, and then also berm it up. In some areas like Corbin Park, there is no curb, it goes into a swell, and you have to have pre-treatment, and you got to combine water quality with water quantity as well. So if it fits, yes. If it doesn't, we're just going to go with the conventional edge of asphalt into grass swale.
It's a shame it does a double thing. Not only does it lead the water, but it's a clean edge for maintaining that area right next to it. Okay, and let's see, our stormwater systems are still gravity to the lowest point? Gravity fed?
We do, the majority are, don't have any mechanical means, but there are 5 lift stations in there, somewhere around 5. There's a large one we know at Esther Street, which keeps, Florida Ave, Lincoln, all that area from flooding. That pumps into the pond in Esther, and these are huge. They're like 5,000 gallon per minute pumps. That's the most significant. There's a variety of them on First and Locust, which we just upgraded.
Yeah.
So yeah, and even on Hope we have, yeah. So we do have some areas that have to be pumped just because they can't overcome the, how you say that, head pressure. They can't overcome the differential in grade to get where they need to go before they would flood a particular structure.
And I guess where I'm going with this is, I believe in some of the gravity-fed areas, the water's going to hit that lowest point, and what does that say about any structures that are at that lowest point when you're doing the engineering?
But
It's going to impact. If it's gravity-fed,
Yeah.
the bottom of the hill's going to get it, right?
Yeah, that's like, 101, where do you start? You start the lowest point of your site, and you usually make that the containment area, so.
I'm sorry?
Whenever you do a design, whether
Yeah.
it be for, private or public, you always get that survey, and you always look at the grades. And you don't try to buck the system, you don't try to push that water uphill. You always try to make sure it flows in a natural drainage pattern.
I understand that, but that natural drainage leads to the bottom. For example, if you have one coming down the street and you know that whatever structures are there at the lowest point
Mhm.
would be getting the overflow, right?
They would be, receiving you from everything from upstream, yes.
Yeah, I'm just saying that during the engineering process, you say, hey, we want to do a gravity-fed system here. We know there's structures at the lowest point in this gravity-fed system. How do we plan for that?
Well, when you run the model, you look at it, so obviously you have your upstream structure, which usually has a smaller surface area, like a type C inlet. You have a smaller pipe, and then they cascade. It's like the way they used to design lift stations was they cascade them. And so obviously downstream, you're going to increase your pipe size because you got contributing runoff from upstream, contributing runoff from the immediate area. So yeah, it's taken into account, and then that's how you size your pipe. Is
So you
based.
put additional capacity at the lowest point?
Correct. Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you. And let's see, beachside infrastructure, as we know, is problematic across the entire island. I know we're hitting it bits and pieces, and I know, for example, that 13th to 24th Avenue on South Atlantic, when I talked to the county, they said, yeah, they know it floods badly there, but they've got no stormwater infrastructure. And so I'm trying to figure out how we go ahead with this and where we can capture the stormwater, where it discharges. Does it discharge to the lagoon? Does it discharge to, so it's just sort of the whole island infrastructure with stormwater and the specific spots that get hit heavily.
Talking about South Atlantic.
Well, that's one of the places. I know a number of the avenues have problems, but the most obvious one is unfortunately the county, South Atlantic.
Yeah, it's county. Yeah, it is. And it's a, it's driven by, it's infiltration and exfiltration. It has landlocked. It has no positive outfall. So, but on the adjoining avenues, we go in and take advantage of the soil classifications. Obviously, water table's low, they're hydraulic type A soils, so we'll put in an exfiltration system, just perforate pipe and capture where there was none before. So we just look at, again, we have LiDAR. We look at all the contributing area. You figure out your curve numbers and all the stuff I talked about, and then you overlay a storm event. So this exfiltration system has to capture, whatever, 10,000 gallons before it would pop off and flood. So then you design your pipe size and your voids for your media and everything. So we do have a means to our madness when we design the avenues.
Okay, so the question would be then, why does like 13th Avenue gets hit hard? And, I see water up to the door, what is it? The restaurant there, on, what is it, 20, not Chase's, the Me Mexico, and I think it's changed ownership since then. But when I go down that area after significant rain, that water from South Atlantic is definitely making problems on the avenues. And so, do we have any plans to address any of that? I mean, for me, it's an evacuation route on South Atlantic, and I've been on it when I literally couldn't drive on it. I had to go up to Hill Street to get around some water. So I'm a little bit nervous about that kind of depth of water, and I think that was just after heavy rains. I know, David, you know what I'm talking about, yeah. So I'm just wondering if we are planning to address this in any way, or perhaps as a discussion between Kyle and David to figure this one out.
Yeah, we're in constant, the Kyle and his team and our team in Public Works, we're in constant talks on, if there's any smaller projects or anything that we can do in-house to put in the drainage, the exfiltration systems, things of that nature. We've added quite a few exfiltration systems to a lot of the avenues, whether it be Mid Street or on the east side or the west side of the street. And there's, we're constantly going to be looking at adding more as needed and as budgeted.
Okay, then where do those discharge to? I understand the exfiltration goes through the ground, but we have other pipes, for example, on Flagler. And so I just want to see if everything discharges westward into the water bodies along there.
I mean, any of the discharge from any essentially stormwater pipe on the beach is going to go to the river.
Thank you.
If it's not exfiltration.
Okay. And then since you're up there, I just want to verify that you now have sufficient staff, equipment, and training to do the projects you've been wanting to do for years?
Yeah, adding the spider and adding the street sweeper is going to make a big difference. Once we get that on site, it'll help keep all especially the exfiltration pipes on beachside clear, because we'll be able to get all that sand up right away.
Okay. And are we, I think you alluded to a schedule for maintenance throughout the city. And I know like the 5-year resurfacing plan, there will be a continual schedule for the
Yes.
areas?
Yes.
Thank you. You also mentioned a couple of places like the street behind the theater that is theoretically county. I'm going to put a plea in for the Quail Hollow along Pioneer. That's a poor mobile home park, and I don't know how many of our mobile home parks flood, but it's not that big an area, and those people, I have been there with, with the concrete blocks, the things that hold them up, washed away. And it would be lovely if we could just get that cleaned out, and I think it would be helpful. And the mobile home people are residents. Just where are the piles located? All the stuff you take out. I saw the big hills. Where are those?
We put it at our pit site, which is the 1292 Turnbull Bay Road.
Oh, okay. And I do want to say a big thank you for that Jessamine clean out. I hope it'll have a big influence on that Flagler flooding. And last for me is, I think we talked about this in the past, sort of a chart where we would see, and I know you needed to get your new system in, and I think we have a GIS analyst coming along.
Yes.
Well, I'm putting a thing in for, Quail Hollow clean out. Here's when it's scheduled, whether it's done. so that instead of calling up and asking about every little corner project, we could access a chart and be able to answer those questions.
We are working on that now to get our new system up and running so we can deploy it out to the public.
That would be lovely, just so we can, it'll be us using it most, but still, just to have that ability to check on all the projects rather than having to ask staff. And I thank you, both.
Commissioner Ashley?
Yeah, I was just thinking about the west side and Venetian Bay, Coastal Woods, and Ardija Park in particular. Is there anything going on out there that might be urgent or anything at all that you guys know of?
No, geez, I can't think of anything urgent
Okay.
going on out
Yeah.
there. I know they're doing ongoing maintenance, the HOA is.
Yeah.
And we're out there overseeing Ardija. They're actually stabilizing the pond embankments right away, which is unusual. A lot of times they wait for that.
Okay.
So we're making sure, your erosion control measures, your barriers are in place for water quality. So we're out there all the time. So right now, we're in a dry season, so we get more complaints about dust than we do flooding. So, yeah.
There's a new HOA in Venetian Bay. The transition happened to the homeowners. I just wondered if anyone has reached out to you guys, or even you, Kevin. Has anybody reached out from the HOA, the new team?
I've had lots of discussions with the transition team, and I think most of those are on the new board. So, but I've not had any contact since the new board took place.
I think you guys, it's fantastic what we see up here, so great.
No, thank you.
Thank you,
Mayor,
sir.
I noticed we're running about 40 minutes late.
We are.
You got any suggestions?
Yeah, I think I'm reminded that we were at a strategy session, and because these guys are the aces, we've asked technical questions about the here and now, and so I hope to bring it back up to from a tactical level. We have access to these two guys. We can ask them questions in front of the manager anytime we want, but it's irresistible to talk about stormwater, and so that's what you've been experiencing. Thank you for indulging us. And so we may change the technique for the rest of the session just to keep us up at the 30,000-foot level and not street by street, section by section. Kyle, what portion of your time is spent on stormwater management as the chief engineer for the city? The leading question is there room, is there it's a manager question that really, should we have a stormwater guru, stormwater manager, stormwater director to allow you both the trade space to get back to your day job?
Yes, we do. I have two senior civil engineers, so I probably spend 25 to 30% of my time on stormwater every week. But I have one particular person that does projects, works daily with your supervisor every day, several times a day. And I have another senior civil engineer that just goes into the weeds. He will talk your ear off about links and nodes and stormwise and cross sections, and he does primarily stormwater reviews. So he doesn't. It just takes time when you're looking into this and you're getting into the details, and you're cross-referencing a study. So you do a geotechnical evaluation, and you have borings, and then you have data that has no spatial correlation. You have to look at all that together, and you're reviewing this, and 3 hours goes by, and you can't get interrupted. It takes a lot of concentration. That's what he does. So, and if there's any questions, or if he will come to me and say, I don't think this is right. It looks like they're modeling something, but they're not using the proper NGVD data. I said, no, I think you're right. So, show me the basis for your comment. That type of thing. So, yes, I do have assistants, or else I would not be able to manage what I manage in the stormwater department.
Okay, because you got other responsibilities. That's just planting a seed with a manager. Thank you. Would you tell me, how many stormwater projects have we either started, completed, or both?
In what time frame?
Last 2 years.
Last couple of years? Probably completed 3 and started 5.
Okay, good enough. How many total dollars of grants have you gotten?
Say close to $10 million.
Thank you. Following up on Commissioner Ashley, remember when we had the Venetian Bay debacle, we said this wouldn't be one and done. How are we doing on determining if it's an engineering failure? Did the topography change? Did the sea level rise? Is there a mechanical issue? Was it not designed adequately? Have you got a conclusion on that, or is it still in work?
Well, actually, we got the response back from the district, and the system is in substantial compliance with the original design. The original design was for a smaller storm event. For instance, Hurricane Milton, I had a slide that showed South Asiana Court. The road had flooded, which is what is supposed to happen, not the homes. So it appears that it is working in conformance with the original design and the intensity of the storm, the duration of the storm. I know they had some pop-off emergency overflow weirs that they could look at, and there's other upgrades. I think the improvements to the drawdown orifices and everything they've done out there helps the system work efficiently, more than probably, because there was a lot of attention brought to that, the stormwater system and how all the ponds are interconnected and how, how they work and how they flow into that main ditch. So I think since it's been, highlighted so much in the recent 2 or 3 years, just the maintenance of it has made it a lot more effective. So I think it is working the way it was designed, yes.
Good. There's some speculation and accusations about water, in order for it to work efficiently or properly or as designed, water would have to run uphill. Is that accurate? Are there scenarios now where the ditch is higher than the contributory pathways to the ditch or to the reservoir?
Well, you can have, and I don't, I'm just thinking off the top of my head, there's hydraulic jumps, right? So you can have a downstream discharge in here, and then your pipe can be lower, but just so it has to get on Airport Road, for instance, right? So you gotta lower your pipe, but then your discharge location is higher. So this is higher, and this section is lower. But ultimately, your head pressure or your elevation of your water, your static level, is higher than your receiving water body or your canal, say Samsula Canal. So that will actually work and push that down. Although this pipe section is lower than your outfall, it'll just use that the head pressure, and it'll work. It'll convey the water to where it needs to go. That will remain full, but once that energy hits it,
I got it.
push
As
it.
long as the head pressure's up,
Correct. Yes,
it'll
sir.
work. I got it. Thank you. Appreciate that. Sorry for being so technical there. Commissioner Martin asked about ditch cleaning periodicity. David, I'm assured that you have a plan for the future. Does this? I don't want to ask an embarrassing question, but it certainly seems like nothing was done on a periodicity that made a difference until we shine the flashlight on it. Was that the case?
I think one of the aspects was we have the tools now. We have, a couple years ago, we were able to purchase our excavator, which made a huge difference. And then just recently purchasing the Spider, because in years past, we had to rely heavily on the county and outside agencies to clear a lot of the ditches for us. But now that we have the tools in-house, we have our own stormwater crew that can go out and touch the ditches every day.
Thank you. You answered that politically properly. Thank you. David and Kyle, will you allow the vulnerability assessment to guide your list of priorities so that the highest vulnerable will be at the top of your list? Is that this plan?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I won't ask, it's a technical question, I'll ask it another day. Flagler seems worse overall. Is it worse? And is it being caused because the existing underground piping is not full but nearly full?
No, so we actually are having, we're having the Flagler pipe actually completely cameraed, so we can show that it's clean, and that is not an issue.
Awesome, thank you so much. Okay, thank you both. Appreciate the extra long session. We are significantly behind, as Commissioner McGurk points out. The next up to bat is supposed to be Tony Miller with the natural land update. Is it your desire to, it's 11:30, is it desire to finish that and go to the lunch, or do you want to break now?
Move forward.
All right, awesome, good. Thank you, guys. Get off there. On to Mr. Miller, Tony Miller with the natural land update, please. It's your first time, Tony, so we won't go easy on you.
Okay, I'm counting on it. While Phil's pulling up my presentation, I was just going to let you all know, anybody who's been around City Hall and grossed out and irritated, literally or figuratively, by all the caterpillars, those are actually white-marked tussock moths who live in the oak trees, and if you're in a natural area, they literally blow in the wind to other trees. Unfortunately, we don't have that many trees around City Hall, so they all end up on our cars. And then their natural inclination is they want to get back up in the tree. So they start walking up any vertical surface they see, and when they reach the top of that vertical surface, whether it's a handrail or your tires, they get lost and confused and wander around and don't know what to do. They are toxic, and they do cause skin irritation. So if they hit you, if they wash it off, and be careful with them. All right, so my name's Tony Miller, amongst many other names. I am the new Natural Resource Manager. I was brought on in December, and I've been busy. And everybody, everywhere I go, always says, you look like somebody I know. Who is that? So I brought this along to remind you who it is.
Ewell Gibbons.
I've had Ewell Gibbons, I've had George Lucas, I've had so many people. It's like, boy, you look like. So the key initiatives from the priority list there that the city manager has is the Turnbull acquisition, which is my main duty, and then to manage the lands that we've purchased. And then I'm the city's environmental contact. And we are working on programs to promote the use of native species in our landscaping. As a matter of fact, in front of City Hall, David and I are working right now to replace the flowers that came out earlier this week with natives. So the Turnbull acquisition, I think everyone knows, was a bond referendum that was passed in 2018 to buy environmentally sensitive land in the Turnbull Basin, and it's specifically to prevent development that could harm the river or the creek and downstream waters and harm natural resources. So the first year, 2019, a good chunk was used for the properties between Jungle Road and Pioneer Trail, which are the Turnbull Trace properties. We spent about $9 million, but we got about $3.5 million back from state funding. From there, in 2020, we bought a small parcel down to the south there. Those are the ones right behind the old Kentucky Fried Chicken there on State Route 44. And then we bought a couple properties down on Page Avenue, on the east side of Page. And then we bought 2 properties down at Page Avenue and Wildwood, out to the west a little bit, which actually allowed David's people to clean out a maintenance ditch that runs along the east side and south side of those properties where we did not have access. There was no maintenance easement over those lands. So by acquiring them, we were able to maintain the outfall ditches. We bought a small property, just kind of embedded in everything else down there. And then we bought the big properties behind Publix. And a third property right there with them. So we own pretty much everything from the drive into Publix over to the creek at this point. Oh, that is not coming out right. So that should be the breakdown of what we spent and so far and how much land we have, but it's overwriting for some reason. The PowerPoint is not showing up the same as it did on my computer, so I apologize for that. We have about $5.5 million left, which is be the bottom line of this story, of this table. So going back up to this one, that was a list of all the different properties that we have that I'm currently in the process of negotiating on. After all those said and done, if we purchase them for ballparks of what I'm thinking they'll be going for, we'll have about just a little over $1 million left at the end of these. I expect to spend the remaining funds by the end of this year, by the end of this calendar year. And the one that's marked in red will actually be coming to the next commission meeting. We've got the signed contract from the seller, and it'll be coming to the next commission meeting for your approval. So on the land management side, goal is to manage the land both for ecological values and for reasonable public access. It's very difficult to maintain any support for a natural resource acquisition program if the public only drives past it and sees trees. If they can go out and hike in it and bird watch and whatever they want like that, they buy into it more. So it's something tangible to them. Secondary is the more legitimate legal use you can get on the property, the less illegal uses you'll have on the property. We've spent a big chunk of our time since I've been here finding and removing illegal campers on the sites. And part of the reason I do that is literally every time I smell smoke or hear about a fire in the area, I'm concerned it's at one of those camps that got out of control and it's burning through our properties, heading towards one of our adjacent neighborhoods. So we are aggressively keeping those under control and moving them on as quickly as we can. So one of the activities here was these 3 pictures are from behind, actually Page Avenue behind Publix. The first 2 pictures are the before pictures of what it looked like right after we bought the properties and we started actively enforcing and getting out there and tracking them down and getting them out of there. And David's people have done such a good job. So they've actually laid down some shell on Page Avenue so the police cruisers can actually drive down to the end, turn around and come back out to watch for vagrants. And at this point we have I just drove it yesterday, we have no one camping or visible from that right away anymore. So one of the goals is to develop appropriate fire breaks. We do have to run the risk. We can always get a lightning strike at any time. We're approaching lightning season right now. And lightning season is that time where we start getting a lot of lightning bolts, but not enough rain to put it out right away. And if we get a fire spreading through, it can potentially go off-site and affect people's houses and other personal properties. Fortunately, the majority of the properties that we've purchased are Mesa hammocks, and they do not have a a high fire transmission. So you get a fire in, they tend to burn slow, and between our fire department and the Division of Forestry, which is actually based out at the fire station by the Walmart, they can be on site very quickly and extinguish the fires. So I do want to develop, that's one of my goals for the next year, is to develop management plans for each specific property. And part of that management plan would be to look at possible uses for the property that would not adversely affect the flood retention of the property or natural habitat. So as most of us will walk somewhere on a county park or something, or county natural lands, we know we can do at-grade and even boardwalk hiking trails and not significantly affect the wildlife. So we're looking for stuff like that. And I'll have both long-term and short-term goals that we'll address. Part of the other thing is we will be establishing permanent photo stations, which are literally you go out, you GPS a location, you drive a rebar into the ground, and you go out to that same point at predefined intervals and take pictures, typically in the four cardinal directions. And that way you can compare year to year what the habitat looks like. As we implement different management plans, for example, if any of you know the Turnbull properties well, we had a couple fires out there in 2022, and those areas that burned have just come back incredibly dense saw palmetto. So we're looking at kind of literally bush hogging those down and try to restore them back into more flatwoods communities. We're not going to touch the hardwood hammocks, but try to get the other areas. So in 2021, VHB did a Parks and Recreation master plan for y'all, and it's a little hard to see on there, but their number one thing on that list was their number one needs, that long green line on the top there, is more walking trails and running trails. So I think we can try to achieve some of those on the properties we've purchased without violating the terms of the bond referendum. And of course, the second one on there, which is only slightly shorter, is the purchase of more natural areas, which is the entire intent of this program. And then lastly, or number third on there is kayaking and paddleboard trails. I am looking at a couple of parcels that are existing former house sites on Bay Drive that have 100% Bahia grass sod across the whole property and a hard-to-find edge along Turnbull Creek where we could potentially do a canoe launch, canoe kayak launch for non-motorized vehicle, vessels into that section of Turnbull Creek, which is the most interesting section if you all have ever been out there. So those are all things we're considering, but because the bond referendum was a little bit vague as far as what exactly you can do on the properties. Even reading back over the comments and discussions before the referendum, there was never really any discussion about the ultimate disposition of these properties other than we were going to buy them and protect them from a development. So I would actually am proposing fairly soon this year to do a workshop probably out in that area of the city, a resident workshop to come and get the residents' feedback on what they would like to see done on these properties that we've purchased. And from their feedback, then I would be developing whatever appropriate management plans for access. So from a financial standpoint, we have nothing at this point other than general budget for any land management activities. Volusia County land managers spend about $54 per acre per year to manage the lands. So that, based on what we have today, that would be about $11,800 a year for maintenance activities. So looking at ways to fund that, the county, 15% of their Volusia Forever funds goes into a escrow account for land management, and at this point, they're actually bringing more in than they spend. Similarly, St. John's, anytime they purchase or even get land donated to them, they put 10% of the value of that, the purchase price, or if it's donated, 10% of the value of that land into an escrow account as well, and they do all their land management off of the endowed funds. So basic just math, rounding to $15,000 a year for management at this point, we would need an endowment fund of about $375,000. And of course, looking for funding opportunities to fund that endowment. And I've had a couple of people who've worked for federal agencies, and want to talk to everybody about exactly how tax exempt is the city. I do not believe we're a 501c3, and I don't know if cash donations to the city are taxable, deductible or not, but we can explore that. Or look at the possibility of setting up a 501c3 specifically for the natural lands programs for the city. So for my point of contact, I'm basically just, if anybody has any questions, come to me and I can get with whomever it is that can answer the question better. I get a lot of questions that go to Kyle, and I'm out there a lot, and one of the goals is to meet and speak with 2 local civic groups a year. Also working with all the internal agencies on developing the resiliency plans and sustainability efforts for the city. As I mentioned briefly, we're working on using appropriate native vegetation, and I always say appropriate native vegetation because everybody's like, but sea grapes are native. Sea grapes are not native to inland Central Florida. They are South Florida plants, and that's the things that we saw freeze this year. We're pretty much everybody wanting us to look like Miami and Fort Lauderdale, and we're not. We have our own wonderful plants. I have an old postcard I found of Jungle Road from like 1903, and it's, in my opinion, gorgeous. And obviously whoever did the photograph thought so too. And that's just what we want to kind of focus on, as even in property, in city, is landscaping with natives that are appropriate for our area, and start setting up examples of what it can be like. And looking over like the Deering Park website, that's their entire plan, is that they're going to be landscaping, with native plants. So we're just kind of bringing the city into line with that. We actually, the planning department had a revised vegetation ordinance written up, but of course it got circumvented by Senate Bill 180. Stephanie and I are looking at actually finalizing that and bringing it to you all as a voluntary plan at this point, and if we can ever make it mandatory, then we could. So there are measurements for percent tree cover. I haven't delved into it too much yet, but that's one of my goals, is to get us what percent of the city is actually has tree coverage at this point. And then from there, we can set a standard of what we expect the city. We want a certain amount, rather than just, you can't touch trees or whatever. And certainly as we take on or get more land, some of that's going to be treed, and that can actually be increasing our overall city tree coverage. So we can decide whether we want to do it as an overall, we want to do it by zones, or how we want to do that. But once we have an efficient and easy way to measure that, we can keep track of any development that comes in, how that's going to affect our percent tree cover. Going back there, there's a actually large number of certifications out there. So a lot of us are familiar with LEED certification for buildings. LEED now actually has a certification for communities. So we're going to look into trying to get some of those kind of certifications that we can put on our promotional materials, both for businesses coming in and residential people, people wanting to move to the area. There's one called Wedge that's specific to waterfront development, and it's similar to LEED, where it's got a list, a checklist, and you get so many points and for this and so many points for that. And if you exceed their point limit, then you get certified as a Wedge certified development, which can help with funding sources and stuff like that. So I have a large list of strategic alliances, and it's basically everybody that I've been talking to in the area to garner support and figure out how we can, which direction to go and what they want done. So I'll take any questions you all have.
Tony, thank you for your presentation and your start here at the city. You've already had a lot of movement since you've started. I appreciate your thoughtful approach and your strategic ideas for how we're going to go about business, and your ad is going to be significant here around the city.
Thank you.
Any questions for, yes ma'am?
So thank you. We really needed you on our staff, and we're happy that you're with us. You hit two things, and I'm going to try to be real quick, that I just really think is very important for our next 5 years of the city. Our current homeless coalition count went from 110 last year to 50 this year. So in order to maintain that reduction, it is imperative that we keep these homeless encampments cleaned out. When we were going to purchase some land last year, they walked it and they found a homeless encampment there, and it costs the city a tune of $30,000 to $40,000 to clean up those camps each time. So what efforts are we doing through code enforcement if we don't own the land to make sure that if it's land we're going to buy, or if it's a seller or a private individual, that they take care of this, and this is on them to clean that up and not on the city taxpayers?
Yeah, we actually did that with the last property that we purchased. We recognized there was a homeless encampment, and the assistant city manager worked with the seller on that, and they had the camp cleaned up at their expense, and then we went back out and verified that it had been cleaned up. And that is our plan going forward.
For code enforcement, do they have some type of maintenance plan that they're monitoring this so this doesn't happen, so we can keep our homeless encampments down?
So, well, that is coming through the police department.
Okay.
And Tony himself, he's very active on our property. He's physically out there watching and coordinating with police and public works.
Okay. And my second thing, I'll try to go really quick. I love what you just said about the 5013C. There's a lot of states that, like Ohio, I'm going to give this as an example, they do private-public partnerships because we're running out of money with our bond money to purchase this land. So we got to look for the future at what the best way to do this. A lot of people in our community tends to try to want to control what other people do with their property owner rights. And I always say, well, the only way that you can control somebody else's property is to buy it yourself and turn it into conservation. Well, we should exactly do that. We should form a private-public partnership so that when these people start dying, they contribute it to conservation. They bequest their land, and that is held by a private entity with the board that purchases this land and works with us. It's very, very successful. So I'm glad you're kind of looking into that, because there's fundraisers to purchase this other than just put this on the ballot again and burden the taxpayers with it. And we're running out of land. So when you have this private partnership where they purchase this future land with their board, and they get people to actively go out and pursue people to donate their land at death versus tearing it down and building a big commercial property, it's a win-win. So I hope that our citizens look into that and work with you on that so that we can be thriving like the Ohio Foundation is with their conservation program. Thank you.
Yep. And from what I've discussed with tax planners is one of the, especially for really large corporations, where they're going to be paying X amount of dollars to the federal government, they would rather pay, even slightly more, but a chunk of that to a foundation where they can say, we want this $5 million to go here, rather than funneling it to the federal government to do with whatever they want with it. So that is a big incentive for the 401c3 type things for the government.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate that. Commissioner Ashley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really don't know where to begin here. This is unbelievable. First of all, I want to thank Kevin for hiring this guy. I mean, incredible. He is a combination of Frederick Law Olmsted and John Muir. It's unbelievable. And Val, your comment about a public-private partnership, that is right on the money. I lived in New York City for 20 years, and I lived in New York City in the 80s when you could not walk into Central Park. They made that into a Central Park Conservancy, a public-private corporation, and within 1 or 2 years, that park became Disneyland. You can walk anywhere in that park, and it is unbelievable because of the public-private partnership that that city created. As you, Tony, were describing what you are doing and our plan to buy up the lands and then clean out the homeless encampments and get native plants back in here, I'm envisioning this tremendous city with walkable paths and beautiful trees and greenery all over the place. Just to me, it's very exciting, very exciting. So kudos to you two guys for doing this. And whatever I can do to help, I will. I'll even give up my beer allowance for this.
Holy cow. Jeepers.
Yeah, with this property that I'm bringing to your next board meeting, we will have a contiguous wildlife corridor from a couple hundred feet south of Page Avenue all the way to Pioneer Trail. So minus the roads going through there, and with the public ownership on both sides of those roads, we have the opportunity with both the county and state to encourage wildlife crossings if and whenever they have to improve 44 and Jungle Road.
Anyone else?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Just a couple minor things, because Tony, you know, you've hit the ground running, and we're all thrilled.
Yeah.
But we're directing so much to the web now. I'm wondering if we could maintain a list of appropriate plants, including ground cover, on the website.
And that is one of the things. I want to have a list of plants. I've explored this. Orlando has a program where you can actually go in, put in your address, and it will give you a list of plants that are appropriate. That's done by the same people that do the Tree City USA. It's supposed to be scalable. I haven't found out how to do it yet, but it's supposed to be scalable to other neighborhoods. So basically, we can just plug into it and keep going. It does not take into consideration soil factors, which I would like to be able to do. So I've started reaching out to native plant people and the Florida friendly landscape people to develop a list of plants by soil type. So you could actually click on your property, see what the underlying soil is, and it would give you a list of plants that would be suitable for that.
And include ground cover, please.
Definitely will, yes.
Have you found documentation for the monarch and tree certifications? We've spent a lot of time trying to find the actual paper on it.
I haven't looked, but I contacted the trees, and we missed last year. So 2025 or 2026, I guess, we are not a tree city. But the paperwork's all been submitted already for the 27, which they're evaluating right now.
Okay, I saw a sign for the Tree City with number 8 on it. Don't know whether that's proliferated or accurate.
Yeah.
But I think Arvin had an issue with the Garden Club and the Monarch certification and trying to find the paperwork on that. So if we could get that validated,
Yep.
It would be great. Love the idea of like a foundation, maybe in association with the Trust for Public Land. I don't know whether that's appropriate or not. But for people to be able to give just for New Smyrna preservation, to include purchasing land as well as maintenance, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
And
my vision of it is actually if we can pull it off, beyond just natural resources. So I know some of your concerns, and at, not the last board meeting, but the one before, commission meeting before, where you're talking about the county enclaves on 44, where you can't do, you have no control over them, and you can't force the people, the landowners to come into the city. An option is to buy those lands for future development, specifically for the city, and annex them in and turn them over for sale, or keep them as a city investment and sell them in a couple of years when they're worth more. So you could actually look at, if you can find sources of income like that, you could actually look at buying commercial properties in the city as a city investment.
Thank you for your reference to the Florida Wildlife Corridor. Any way we can go under page, or any way we can get under the road to continue it north. I know we've interrupted it at the Pioneer interchange, and so how can we?
We're actually continuing north of that, but most of the properties to the north of Pioneer Trail, all the way up to Turnbull Bay Road, have been developed. I'm have the appraisals for a property at the very end of Tumblin Road.
Okay.
So I will be reaching out to them either tomorrow or early next week to offer give them an offer. The property is actually on the market, so even at their market asking price, I think it fits into our budget. I'm waiting for one more appraisal on that one, which has been slow coming in. And then the one that I mentioned that would be a potential canoe launch is also north of Pioneer Trail. But otherwise, all those properties, or most of those properties up there, are developed and are prohibitively expensive, because you're looking at pretty nice houses, and the majority of the ones up there that flooded in 2022 have raised their houses up above flood elevation.
Thank you for also researching and trying to protect the Florida Wildlife Corridor as best you can.
Yep.
Commissioner McGurk.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think that the Turnbull bond has been an absolute success. That was a pretty new concept, something the city of no one's done in Volusia County, and it's just, we hit the ball out of the park, and it was really the residents who did that. They agreed to it. I would love to have a plan in place, whether it's a private-public partnership or another Turnbull bond. Whatever we need to do, let's get moving on it, because it is a success. And I'd like to have that in place, so if we need to have some sort of voter referendum, we're ready by the latest 2028. I think it's a little too early or too late to have that for this November. But let's put a program together and let's have it ready to be able to move on 2028 if there's some sort of voter referendum by the residents needed. And you now have two more celebrities you're being compared to, so great job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Tony. Yes, sir. What's the what is the acreage that we own under Conservancy now? Do you know total of all your parcels?
Unfortunately, that did not show up on this computer, so the screen resolution is apparently different. I don't know what you were seeing on the screens up there. Were you seeing the same where stuff was cut off, the tables
Give me
were
the
cut
total number.
off? Okay.
If you don't have it, just send it to me.
I don't have it off the top of my head.
All right. Send it to me. That'd be great. It's a good stat.
It's somewhere around 600 acres.
Perfect. All right. Awesome. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Delighted you're on board, and you can see, you can feel the vibe. This is who we are as a city. So you've landed in Oz, so to speak.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you,
very
Tony.
much.
Appreciate your presentation. And I think there may be a move to pre-flight all of those in this room before we do them. Would you send us all of those, because we couldn't see it?
Yes.
Send it to us if you don't mind.
Yes, will do.
Thank you so much. Next up, we'll do one more at least. Let's do the parking update, please, with Steve Mendigrill.
Steve will get his parking train.
Oh, good.
Or close in. And you can actually see his presentation.
that's in town.
All right, well, good afternoon, everyone. My name's Steve, I'm the parking director, and we'll go through kind of what's been happening, what the future holds for parking. So we'll start. So some first things that we did, some general lot improvements around the city. The Coronado Church lot was one of the first things that we tackled. And we did have, and it's ongoing, we did have some learnings over spring break, how to make that lot even better. Been working with Public Works and Jamie with the sign shop to work on some improvements in that parking lot to try to make it perfect, which I know is tough, it not being paved, but we did see cars getting double parked this past week, so we want to try to avoid that and, you know, make it a more pleasurable experience for the visitors and the residents who park there. Continue to restripe parking lots around the city. This helps, you know, increase our parking to make sure that we're utilizing all the space that we have in each parking lot. We have several updated signage around the city. You can see in the top right is a new rules and regulations sign that was put in several of the parking lots. These rules and ordinances have been on the books, but they weren't posted, so we really couldn't enforce them. So one of the big items that we picked out was we had a lot of vehicles parking overnight in our parking lots, which is against the city ordinance, but without the signage, it was really hard to ticket and tow. So we did add that to the signage as well. Not pictured, but it's been out for a while, the new paid parking signage to differentiate the city and county parking lots, and that's reduced the number of tickets, the number of calls that we get from confused residents and visitors, so it's very clear which parking lot that they're parking in. The verbiage update on the loading signs on Flagler. You know, those spots you can walk down, even during spring breaks, late in the afternoon, some of the loading zones were still not being used. So that's prime parking. You know, we want to make sure people can, you know, park there without fear of being towed or ticketed. So we'll continue to look at that to see if we have to make any changes, any striping changes to really utilize all the space that we have on Flagler. General wayfinding refresh just around the city, and I know that Public Works is working on this as well on Beachside, but a lot of the signage was faded, either dirty, moss, just, you know, so we did replace quite a bit of signage around the city just to kind of make it easy for residents, visitors to find parking. A couple of things that are coming very soon. So Smith Street, which is the old, I believe, power plant property near the hospital. If you look at the top left, this is a collaborative effort with Public Works and Sam and the CRA. So we did get some feedback from the hospital folks and, you know, the people in that area that there's a parking problem. You can drive around, for the hospital doesn't have enough parking. So this Smith Street, what we're planning on doing is turning it into a temporary parking lot for use relatively soon until the environmental concerns can be cleaned up and we can progress further. So to the left of the property, there is a paved area that just basically, we just need a sweeper and some lawnmowers in there, and we can turn it into temporary parking. Development Services is working on changing the zoning for that lot, but once we do, we can turn this around pretty quick and have it open. So roughly 25 to 29 spaces we can get in the next couple of weeks. So not a lot of parking, but any little bit counts in that area. The more parking we can get off the street, the safer it is for pedestrians and drivers. So that's coming soon. Also, something I've been working on in response to some resident concerns is the Garden Club. So the Garden Club shares the parking lot with the dog park. And the Garden Club, during large events, has a right and does close the gates. So there's no parking and residents can't access the dog park. So one of the things we're doing is we're relocating some gates. The Garden Club has been really good to work for and offered up about 18 spots that we're going to leave open no matter what. So I don't know how easy it is to see, but we're going to move the gates up. And like I said, those spots will always be open regardless of an event at the Garden Club. So the Garden Club has their parking needs met and residents can use the dog park no matter if there's an event going on or not. So I feel like that's a huge win. So mobility improvements, so we have installed a lot of extra bike racks all around the city. So we had an extra one installed at Flagler, one in the Coronado lot. We do have one now at Detweiler Park. That was a response to a resident who had a great idea and there wasn't one out there, so we put one in there. On the same token with bikes, so the bike path that ended on right near the Daytona State College, we did add extra signage to guide users to downtown. So you can kind of see that last one in the bottom right, it does have signage to the beach and downtown. So that goes on with Edgewater, so goes in with their signage and kind of creates one pathway into the city. More mobility improvements, so crosswalk refresh have occurred in several areas around the city, so you can see one right by the hospital. New crosswalk beacons are on site right now, will be installed here shortly for Live Oak near the hospitals. That's a very big crosswalk that comes over from the employee parking lot. And then also on Riverside Drive, kind of below the South Causeway, there's a very busy crosswalk there that does not have any beacons. So those will be installed here shortly just to improve safety and visibility for the crosswalks. On Flagler, the fire lanes and driveways have all been marked off, and this is to prevent, vehicles from parking illegally, and also, make sure the fire lanes are clear in case there's an emergency, to kind of get ahead of any issues before they occur. More mobility improvements, so creation and communication of parking maps for special events. So top left, you can see one that was created for images. So I do work closely with Robert, and I am on the special events committee. So any large-scale events that require any, road closures or parking needs, I've been tasked to create some maps, and this is sent out through the city communication channels. So hopefully, visitors and residents, take a look at this before they come into the city and kind of have a plan. Also on the bottom right is what it looks like on the user end for Ways for Cities. So we do input all of the closures, road closures for any events. And you can see it actually does say which event it is. I can link the event website. So if someone is coming from DeLand, puts in directions, they need to go to Flagler Tavern, this will account the road closures and will actually send them around a different way to kind of spread the traffic out and hopefully not just create more traffic issues than we don't need here. So this also shows up on Google Maps. Unfortunately, Apple still does not have a system for this. Apple pretty much keeps all their stuff in-house locked down. So hopefully Apple will have a change of heart for those who use Apple Maps. So technology improvements. So one of the biggest things that I'm working on, and I feel is the most important thing in moving parking mobility forward, is the parking guidance system. So it is currently out for RFP right now, which closes April 15th. And this system will provide us with the necessary data to make smart parking decisions in the future. It'll give us, the total number of cars parked, how long they park, turnover. We can pretty much get anything and everything off this system. And for us not having parking structures, it's a different system, which will be core drilled into the streets. So any legal parking spot, either in a paved parking lot or the street, either a little electronic puck that reads if there's a vehicle there, communicates through a gateway, cloud-based, to a system that keeps all the data all in nice one little package. So this is something that I think we really need, and it's going to really help visitors moving forward. Accompanying with this is some signage. The top left is just an example of what the signage would look like. We're looking to have 2 digital matrix signs installed with the first phase of the PGS system, and one on Canal Side, one on Flagler. And this is just to give information, some wayfinding to direct users to parking spots, again, to try to reduce the traffic and having to drive around. The good thing with these signs is we also can use these to replace the variable message boards that are out on the road right now that either Public Works uses or Leisure Services to advertise events. We can use these signs. It's a full blank canvas to pretty much do whatever we want on there. So, that's also a safety improvement. We don't have to have, employees out there putting signs out, backing them into traffic. We can use these signage. The third component is a mobile application, which shows real-time data of the availability of parking. It also will have point-to-point directions. So if you want it, you can look at a map and go, I want to go here. You can see there's a parking spot. It'll take you directly to that parking spot. So this is just an example. You can see on the map there's red and green. So very simple. Red is where a parking spot is occupied. Green is when it's free. So this is a part of the RFP. This is the mobile app will be free to download, free to use, and citation. And it's not about generating revenue and anything, but what the time limits are for and what the citations were to improve behavior, to basically increase turnover. If we increase turnover, we in turn have more parking without having to build more parking, if that makes sense. So that's the whole goal. Another initiative we're working on, and we're pretty close to procuring a mobile payment provider to phase out the parking kiosks. The parking kiosks, they're a maintenance, I don't want to say nightmare, but they're a maintenance challenge. They're out in the elements, salt water, flooding, sand. Most communities who have paid parking are moving away from these kiosks And that's something we're doing as well. So we'll have a mobile payment provider where you would go either a QR code sign or straight through your phone and you can pay for parking. So that's something that we're pretty close to rolling out. On the enforcement side, new license plate reader handhelds are coming soon. And then that's just to improve efficiency, giving citations, and basically just, giving the team the tools to do their job. And then finally, this has been going on for a while, but I did speak with them this week, and it is still progressing. So we are partnering with Volusia County to merge permit processes for permit for both beach and city lots. So our legal is working with them as well, and we're just trying to come up with an MOU to satisfy both the city needs and the county needs. This is going to be a huge win, and I think we're just trying to get it right, which is why it's taking a little bit. But it is something that is circled on my calendar to get it done. So that's something we're working on. Some organizational changes. So I don't know how much it's been out there, but parking enforcement is being transitioned to me in the parking and mobility department. So it's not official yet, but it's kind of official, if that makes sense. So this allows each group to focus on what they do best, frees up the police resources to do police things, because you don't want me doing police stuff. They're the experts. So that's already started. Nancy, the parking enforcement supervisor, we now share an office. The budget was done with assistance from the police department, but I was responsible for that as well. So that is occurring. And along that, just kind of a new customer service approach. So parking enforcement is not the most pleasant job. It's not the most pleasant experience to come to a tourist town and get a ticket. So unfortunately, we do have ordinances to follow, rules to follow, but there is ways to do it to be friendly. So that's something that I'll be working with the team. We need to be firm, fair, and consistent with the ticket process. We do have a job to do, but we don't want the the visitors to go on the blogs or go down and go, oh man, I went to New Smyrna and I was parked, 30 seconds over the time limit and they gave me a ticket. There's things we can do to try to improve the environment, and that's one thing that I hope to do moving forward, having enforcement under my realm. So what's next? So continue to work with legal and police department on updated bike ordinances. So we're always looking at changes and things we need to do to make that better. Evaluate and propose changes to parking ordinances as the city grows. So again, as the city grows, as we become busier, there's more and more challenges and things we can try to solve by parking ordinances. Assist on making parking alternate forms of mobility a priority in future development. So there's something that I have brought in with projects that Ron is working on and in any large-scale developments. Utilizing new technology and data to determine future parking needs. So I've already touched on this. Again, with this PGS system gives us the data instead of just relying on the feel or how it looks on a particular day. So 5-10 years down the road, what does our parking requirements look like? Well, we'll be able to have historical data to look at to make smart decisions. Identify properties for future parking needs. There's already a few I have circled that I think we can look at purchasing. Maybe I'll have Tony purchase it for us, and we can use for parking. And then finally, Smith Street lot redevelopment with expanded parking. So I've already talked about the temporary solution. The long-term solution, working with the CRA and Public Works, I envision this lot as a park and ride lot, so to speak. So we can redevelop the lot with infrastructure. It's for a park and ride. So if that's shaded structures, actual entrance and exit lanes separate from parking, and use that as a parking hub for that part of the city and overall. So any large scale events, we would direct people to park there, and we would run shuttles on an as needed basis and have the infrastructure set up to support that. And then also, again, going back to the parking challenge in that area, try to reduce the vehicles that are parked, on the right of ways or in the grass, and just have more parking there. So that's something that we're just waiting on some DEP situation with that, but overall we should be able to move forward with that. So that is all I have. So questions?
Yep, thank you so much. Anybody with questions? Commissioner Martin?
Okay, let's see. First of all, I'm asking if you're working with the county for pedestrian and bike safety on the county areas, South Atlantic in specific. And so are you working with the county to try to get something resolved on that? I've asked for the number of pedestrian bicyclists vehicle encounters in the last couple of years, haven't gotten them yet. But I do know that South Atlantic, where we're having so many problems, is county, and so I'm asking for help.
Yeah, I've been more in touch with the county in terms of parking and the beach access, but I'm more than happy to reach out to them about the mobility component of it.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
There have been at least 4 people I know that have been struck there.
And Public Works,
Sorry?
David has been in touch with them.
Has he been in touch with them? Because I'm getting so many complaints, justifiable complaints. So maybe the two of you coordinate, you know. But then, let's see. Paid abutting. Okay, so I'm looking at where we have the meters or the kiosks, paid parking versus where you park for free. And you know, if those side streets, for example, on Canal are free, but Canal is paid, there's going to be issues. So how are we dealing with that?
So right now, we have not discussed rolling out paid parking on the streets yet. I think one of the things we're waiting for, again, is for data from the parking guidance system. But right now, we're not looking at any expansion of paid parking. Not to say in a year from now, we won't. So going to kiosks is not going to change anything what our current paid parking situation is now, other than the way you pay. But down the road, we will have to look at, where if we do paid parking on Canal or Flagler, how far out we are going to have to go. But we haven't had those discussions yet.
Okay, so since we're strategically planning, I think that we should toss that in the hopper. We know the number of people, for example, who park at Coronado Civic Center because it's free.
Right.
And untimed, and then hike down to the beach. So that's on the parking. On the parking authority, I'm curious, since community service aides, and I've already addressed this with Kevin, community service aides also give out parking tickets. How is this going to work?
So we're still working through the details with legal, but nothing's really going to change from a perspective of what happens out there. It's just going to be who it tiers to. So operationally, nothing will be any different.
Yeah, it's just curious because the community service aide non-parking
Right.
reports to a whole different area then.
Correct, yeah, but we're still working out those details.
Super.
Yep.
I can speak to that real quick, Commissioner. They'll continue to do
Yeah.
everything that they're continuing to do, just as police officers will continue to enforce parking ordinances or towed vehicles. We'll work together to make sure that if there's any operational issues that need to be addressed, that appropriate supervisor is contacted. But operationally, the police department will still do parking enforcement, just as a collaboration instead of a sole.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And before we buy more property, what's the plan for the Canal US 1 parking lot? Could we at least try to make it so people can figure out how to get in it? Even if they know it's there, it's really hard to find that entrance. But we've had that property sitting there for years.
I have a grand plan for that piece of property, but I'm not sure it's appropriate to share right now.
Okay, but just so my
Yes,
position
no,
is-
that is on that was in part of my strategic plan to look at short-term and medium-term what to do with that, to make it worthwhile, it's.
But I consider it lesson learned if you
Yeah.
buy a property for parking
Yeah.
that people aren't going to use. I'm not sure what we've done for
Correct,
our.
yes.
Okay, and thank you. Glad
Thank
to have you
ma'am.
on board.
Any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
I just have a quick question to update our past efforts. When we appointed the Parking Task Board, they set a list of priorities of things, and that came from the businesses and individuals from the community. How are we doing with that according to what you have on your strategic plan? Are you following their recommendations, and can you update us on what the status is with that priority list versus what you have?
Yeah, so both lists are very similar. So I have both lists, and I'm going down and trying to check off the boxes. On the parking task force, the parking guidance system was their #1 priority. So that's why we're trying to get done, because once we get that in, all the other, checkpoints will fall down. So but I am actively looking at both lists and trying to, act on their hard work.
When you get an opportunity and you get past just the number one thing with the, can you update on your strategic plan on what's going to be next with that list so that we can get that back to that board?
Absolutely.
And let them know that their efforts are still ongoing. Thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Anybody else?
I just want to thank you for what you're doing. It's fantastic. I never thought I'd be excited about parking, but I'm excited about parking. Thank you.
Steve, thanks for all the work. We're excited to see what you're going to do going forward. I'm glad you're taking a science approach to doing it, and you'll have your hands full with the parking enforcement. So good luck to you there.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think that'll wrap it up for the morning. It's afternoon. We're going to hold and have 20 minutes of sharing foods in the room in there for staff and for the commission. And we'll follow up at 12:30 with Arvin and the airport. I'm sorry, no, with capital projects and Jesse Colby. Okay, so we'll take that break. Does that sound good, Mr. Manager?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's go.
Good afternoon, everybody. So thank you all for coming out to the strategic workshop today. My name is Olivia Thomas. I'm the risk manager for the city of New Smyrna. I'm also the former CIP and grants coordinator for our capital projects department. I'm actually stepping in for Jesse today because he won't be able to join us. He's at his son's wedding. So I'm taking over our CIP strategic update. So for our update, we have quite a few wins that we want to share with you. First and foremost, as we all know, grants are part of the way we fund the city's capital projects. And this past year, we had a significant amount of grant funding that came in. We actually were able to be awarded approximately $8.2 million worth of funding for various capital projects, including our excellent FEMA team, including Tammy Hall, Christine Murphy, and myself. We were actually able to receive approximately $2.9 million worth of FEMA reimbursement from all of our hurricane damage projects from Hurricanes Ian, Nicole, and Milton. And we've actually requested an additional $1.2 million that we've submitted for reimbursement that we're anticipating to receive in by this for the projects. I know that last year we had talked about, under the mayor's recommendation, to look into applying for additional grants going forward. This year we're targeting 2 additional FIND grants for this cycle, as well as 2 ECHO projects for 2026. So I know that we're going to be focusing on shade is one of our main priorities for this year, and as well as Riverside Park, which we'll get into. I did want to give a little bit of a story and an overview of what we have going on at our North Causeway site. So as you all know, the North Causeway site is one of the city's most popular boat ramps, and we have 3 projects going on at this site right now. We have the Phase 1 dredging and floating docks project on the east side of the project, or of the site. We have the Phase 2 shoreline revetment project as well as our police boathouse. We have some truly amazing partners with the Florida Inland Navigation District. They have put in funding through a 50% match for these 3 projects at our North Causeway site. The first project that we have is Phase 1, which is to replace and convert the fixed docks to floating docks. A little bit of context for that is back in 2022, we had Hurricanes Ian and Nicole come through, and those docks were damaged with the finger piers. We're now upgrading those docks to a floating system, and we are currently 3/4 of the way complete as far as the dredging aspects are concerned. 3 of the 4 finger piers have been removed and demolished, and we have the new floating dock already delivered on site. We anticipate this project to be completed in June. Right now, Buddy Davenport is our commissioner for FIND, and part of what we've done for this particular project is we have received across multiple grants approximately $615,000 worth of funding to help make this a reality. We're also going to be replacing the concrete boat ramps on the east side to enhance boater safety and also the aesthetics of this site. And it's looking like that we'll be completing this in June. Next up, we have North Causeway Phase 2, which is on that south end of the park. This includes approximately 480 linear feet of shoreline rock revetment and stabilization. This helps protect the shoreline at the site from continued erosion. Right now, we have 60% of the existing rock has been removed from the site, and 45% of the new revetment has been replaced. We are anticipating to be completed in May with part of this was also a FIND grant another $204,000 worth of funding was made available for this particular revetment, which will definitely assist with helping keep the erosion down on this particular aspect of the site. Our third project at the North Causeway site is our police boathouse. As many of you all know, the police department was awarded a grant for a brand new police vessel a couple of years ago. This boathouse is a two-phase project. We've already completed phase 1 for design. The second phase would be construction, which we are anticipating to begin advertising on the street in April. So far, our find total for this grant is $298,000, with the total construction being around a little under $600,000 for the total construction aspects. This new boathouse will house our the police vessel and allow for better. It will allow for better access to the waterways for the police department to help with continued safety and marine-based rescues. As you all know, we're here at the Brannon Center, and one of our premier projects here has been the Brannon Center dock replacement. I want to give a huge shout out to the Brannon Center team for their patience as we completed this project. We had this partially funded by Find as well, but also as a FEMA reimbursable expense. So what we did is we replaced the ADA dock that's directly behind you and completely replaced it with concrete pilings and put in new handrails to make access to the water even more appropriate. So all in all, as far as Find projects are concerned, we have to recognize the fact that we've received $1.7 million worth of Find funding from our partners at Find. As far as parks are concerned, we have really great news. Upcoming, we have the Phil Hall pickleball courts. This project is a 6-court pickleball facility with a dog park that's fully fenced in. The dog park itself has 2 sides, one for large dogs and one for small dogs. The contractor has met substantial completion at this point in time and is finalizing our remaining punch list items this week. We actually have our ribbon cutting scheduled for April 3rd at 9 a.m. So I look very forward to seeing you all there. So far, we've actually gotten a lot of positive feedback. I know that the Pickleball Club has been super vocal about looking forward to this park being open. Speaking of other parks, we have 27th Avenue, which I am proud to announce that will also be opening within the next couple of weeks. This project, as you all know, was also damaged during Hurricane Ian and Nicole, where we had the entire top promenade and seawall damage occur. So we have gone ahead and done the complete repairs of the seawall, the ADA beach access ramp, as well as the topside concrete. This week, we actually finished up our substantial completion, and we're doing a soft open on Friday, and we have our ribbon cutting scheduled for April 16th. So I look forward to seeing you all there as well. This project in particular was approximately $608,000. Most of that is going to be FEMA reimbursable. We've actually already received our obligations for this. One of my favorite projects coming up is the Pettis Park projects. As many of you know, Pettis Park is one of our parks over here at the historic West Side. We have a lot of kids that actively use this park, and I know that Commissioner Martin had mentioned that she really likes adding shade, so we partnered with Volusia County through the Community Development Block Grant to install a shade structure over the existing playground. We also received an additional $122,000 worth of funding for the replacement of the existing pavilion. So far, the pavilion is now complete. It opened up in February. Shade structure was also completed in December and January with the last remaining bits. So far, we've received $242,000 worth of CDBG grant funds for this park alone. On top of that, we are also installing and working with local artist Shai Morris to install a interactive playground mural on one of the concrete pads in the park to kind of enhance the aesthetics as well as the usability of the space for kids. As far as our infrastructure projects are concerned, we have Barracuda Boulevard. Barracuda Boulevard is one of Kyle's projects, as I understand. It is a roadway improvement project that was done in conjunction with the Barracuda Bridge project from last year. We resurfaced and brought several bits of drainage and utilities underground at this location. This project is now complete and was paid for out of the general fund. For our upcoming new larger project that we're excited to announce is the Riverside Park seawall and dock replacement. So a little bit of context is this entire seawall has been part of our city for the past 65 years, as well as the docks. Those docks have been in place for about 35 years. The expected lifespan for the seawall is about 50 years, and the docks are about 25 years. So we've definitely gotten our use out of them. They're still in great shape, but it's time for us to consider what our next steps are going to be. At this point in time, we are proposing a design for a replacement of the seawall. We are applying for a fine grant for this project, and we received a proposal from Dredging and Marine Consultants for the work. So we definitely know that this will be an extensive project, but definitely one that is worthwhile going forward. Next up, we have Washington Street, which is one of our higher profile projects. I know that this one's been around for a little while now, but we are excited to announce that we are finalizing our advertising documents for solicitation with the Utilities Commission, and we're anticipating to begin advertising sometime in late April. Right now, we have an FDOT grant as well as, I believe, general fund reserves for this project with a construction cost of approximately $7.5 million. So far, it's definitely taken a lot of coordination on the city's side as far as this project is concerned to get it up and rolling to this point in time. We're planning on resurfacing the roadway and replacing and upgrading the sidewalk on both sides of the street. This aligns with our strategic priorities. And we're also going to be adding trees and lights and moving all of the utilities underground. I know that we all go to the sports complex, at least I know I do. We have a new project that recently completed as part of our CRA funding initiative with Rob. So a huge shout out for Sam and Rob for getting this done. It's the lighting project. Leisure Services ended up upgrading the halogen lights at the sports complex to LED and added additional lights to the skate park. This project cost approximately $2.6 million and is now complete as of, I think, this week, as I understand. All in all, we've had a really great year so far with capital projects. Just as a reminder, we do have our interactive map that we use for public transparency. It's on our city's website, under the city's main website, under departments and capital projects. We update this map every month. Both Jesse and our new grants manager, Larry Wheatcraft, go in and make sure that this is updated on the regular. As of right now, we have 45 active projects for capital projects, from the airport to leisure services to public works to stormwater across the city. And so far this year, we have completed 10 of those. We do have 3 projects upcoming, probably within the next month, that are coming in for a landing to be finalized here in the next couple of weeks. And that is fundamentally all I have for you at the moment.
Olivia, thanks from risk management to both capital improvements. You're pitch hitting on both sides. Thank you for your effort. These are very exciting additions to the city. We certainly appreciate your time there and now what you're doing in risk management. It's impressive that you've got that many millions of dollars in grants. Appreciate your work there especially. 3 of you indicated no questions. Any other questions? Okay, thank you so very much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Okay, and so if we can move on to airport management. Arvin, glad you're here. Exciting to hear what's going on the air side.
All right, everybody. A lot of good information so far, so we'll try to be quick because I know we're a little behind, but thanks for the opportunity to talk about what's been happening at the airport and some of our future plans and the future vision for the airport. Let's see here.
And we have a tab for that. I think it's tab D, right? Very good.
Does this work or no? Oh, cool. So I want to start off with a quick look at the airport property and the boundary as it existed after World War II. So this comes from a recent study we did, a recent study funded by the FAA, known as the Exhibit A. And this was something that was necessary for us to complete to understand exactly where our property boundary is and what the title, what the ownership has been over the years. There has been some land that has been sold off since 1947 when the airport land was first deeded to the city. So the drawing on the left represents about 771 acres. You can see, if you look closer, it's a little hard to tell, but that encompasses everything from South Street on the north all the way down below the pit area and the Borough Pit, including the skate park, and everything west to the railroad and even some of the marsh there. To the east, the original boundary even included a lot of the land that is east of US 1, some of the land. Drawing on the right depicts the airport boundary as it exists today. The dashed line shows where the airport boundary is today. So you can see a little bit of a loss of land there. Nothing recent. In fact, we have been trying to buy some of that land back, but some of the land over the years was sold off for whatever reason. And so the airport of the city no longer has direct ownership or control over that land. Of the remaining 710 acres, we have about 70 acres roughly still available for development. That meaning that there's about 70 acres that is not needed for, or isn't needed for the airfield itself, including runways, taxiways, approaches, etc. So the next few slides, I'm going to show development opportunities. And this isn't all of them, but this is some that we've identified as kind of the low-hanging fruit. Some of the land has historical significance. Some of the areas of the airport have ditches running through it, dug by the Menorcans. And so some of the land that we've identified on this map here, we believe is the low-hanging fruit. On the southwest side of the airport, there's some mixed-use areas available for businesses that might require both industrial and aviation use. So you'll notice on the left-hand side there, two different areas that are about 2 acres. Those have both taxiway access and they are the industrial area. So perfect sites for manufacturing or some type of business that requires access to the airport operations area. Couple industrial areas, the 4-acre lot that you see kind of in the middle, that's a larger area. And then there's a couple locations, one that we are currently trying to rehabilitate. They're on the corner of Turnbull and Industrial Park Avenue. At the top, you'll notice there's an area that has been earmarked for proposed aviation business park. This can be a mixed use of airport businesses or aviation businesses that require, they might be an aircraft manufacturer, they might be a aircraft paint, aircraft upholstery, some type of a business like that where they combine both office space and hangar space. On the east side of the airport, we have a 2-acre industrial commercial business location adjacent to US 1. We have a proposed location there just south of Epic, where we're actually currently designing infrastructure utilities for, so that could be used as either mixed use or for like a private corporate flight department. Proposed expansion to the main aircraft ramp, that it's an improvement to safety and also to increase parking areas for visiting passengers and aircraft. We have another approximate 2-acre location for potential mixed use there to the north. The one on the south end there on the right, that little corner there is right off US 1 and Industrial Park Avenue. So, for context, the airport already is a $250 million economic engine for the area. So what that really looks like on the ground is a mix of aviation and industrial activity. We have businesses doing aircraft repair, maintenance, avionics work, even full aircraft restoration. Some of that includes heavy machining and parts fabrication. You see we've got flight training, we've got aviation training for pilots and aircraft maintenance technicians. The industrial park supports, manufacturing of polymers, sealants, composites, trusses, and some other niche product companies. We have a restaurant, on-demand charter, FBO services, and of course several public and nonprofit operations. As you're well aware, the VFW, the Garden Club, the Lions Club, Volusia County's Mosquito Control, Public Works, Public Safety, and Leisure Services all operate on airport property. So it's a diverse campus, and that diversity is a big part of what makes the airport so valuable to the region. So our vision is, as we take a more strategic approach to airport development, the goal is really to build on that diversity. We have an opportunity to use available land to attract what we can call lower impact aeronautical activities. The type of businesses that fit the character of the airport and also the city. This can include aviation businesses like maintenance and repair, avionics, aircraft sales. We also think about where the economy is headed. There's also a real lane for us in the space sector. And no, we're not talking about launching rockets. As a public use airport, that's not something we can do. We don't want to do that. But we can support the industry with technology services and higher level manufacturing support, those 3rd and 4th tier suppliers that make space hardware possible. By focusing on this type of development, the city can broaden the airport's revenues while also being thoughtful about compatibility, supporting economic growth without increasing the noise footprint that often comes with higher frequency flight activity. So as we look to do this and attract high quality businesses for economic development, for job creation, we've been doing some enhancement to our existing infrastructure. In the last 3 years, we've done 3 complete rehabilitations of taxiways. We've done, which improved geometry for safety. We've upgraded lighting, signage, pavement markings, a lot of work to the airport itself. We get a lot of compliments on our airport. air traffic control upgrades, complete structural rehabilitation of the air traffic control facility, upgrades to the lighting control panel. What are we looking for in the future? Some of the projects we're working on right now, septic to sewer project, which is going to be key for bringing in infrastructure to the development on the north side. This includes 840 linear feet of gravity sewer, 4 new manholes, brings in 880 linear feet of conduit for communications use. That's going to help us with IT so we can run fiber in the future. We are replacing our airfield generator with a natural gas generator. We're running natural gas to be able to improve that and improve reliability. One of the big things that we've been working on recently, which is taking some time because it requires some studies, is efforts to improve just the airport's feel, the airport's look. This has been an initiative kicked off by Kevin. We are running that down. We're currently running a traffic feasibility study so we can actually look at potential for enhancing the entrance to the airport, improving safety in that area, considering the relocation of the entrance to across from Inlet Shores Drive to potentially encourage better flow of traffic in that area and improve safety. As we all know, that's a very dangerous intersection. This, along with the construction of a new admin building, which is currently underway. Demo started yesterday. That's going to improve the front door experience and create a better first impression for travelers, help us to achieve our goal of thoughtful and diverse economic development. We're also currently designing infrastructure improvements to bring utilities and create pad-ready sites for mixed use. So with that, it's just a little snapshot, brief, 30,000-foot view, no pun intended, and I'll take questions.
Thank you so much there, Mr. Manager. Arvin, we appreciate the detail with which you provided and also the entrepreneurial spirit, which since you got here, you have offered up in keeping a balance with what your neighbors to the other side have concerns for. I think you've managed that well, and additionally, how you've handled the tenants and the tenancy of your business, and you are running a big business. With that said, two of you have none. Vice Mayor, your zone, I think.
Thank you. Yes, my zone. I got a lot of thoughts on the airport. I will keep this as big a view as I can. Arvin, as the mayor said, I got to tell you that I don't think this airport has ever run as well as it does since you got here. In other words, you've been a complete professional, and you've done a phenomenal job at dealing with a lot of issues. And when I say a lot of issues, the history of the airport, for lack of a better word, has a lot of skeletons. We had property, we sold property, now we don't sell property, and so there's just a long, deep history there. And I'm glad that, since you've been here, Arvin, and this commission, I think in particular, has had goals of economic development at the airport. So we've hit that pretty strong. There's something called an airport management plan. The airport management plan is updated every so often. And I think it's important to look at that and see what were the goals and what has been accomplished. And what are the goals for the future? Because New Smyrna has changed a lot, and we have taken a much more aggressive approach to trying to get economic development at the airport. You pointed out we got about 70 acres undeveloped. Some of that property is privately held, some of that property is public. I can tell you that a lot of the little parcels in there are undeveloped and they're full of trees that are privately held. There have been a number of people who own the properties who have come to the city to try to develop it. But for example, just one cost issue has been tree mitigation on some of those lots. People are looking at $100,000, $150,000, $200,000 to put up some sort of light industrial usage just for tree mitigation. So we have some issues there. And then the question is, how do we deal with the smaller parcels, and how do we maximize their ability from an economic development benefit in the community? So the, looking at what the goals have been the past 25 years and what the goals are in the future through the airport management plan, I think is important. I think there's probably some tweaking of that plan that we need to do. Because I think it is important to get a better economic base out of the airport. Now there's the elephant in the room is obviously flight schools. And the interesting thing about the flight schools is there's been noise issues for the past 15, 20 years. Those noise issues were here way before I got there, and they're going to be there way after I leave. But what's interesting about the flight schools is there's not an airport problem. The airport is not an issue. There's only one specific use at the airport that's a problem. Much like the industrial area off Turnbull that has been there since the 60s, has not really been a problem until there was one specific use that started there about 5 years ago, which was concrete crushing. So it wasn't the industrial site was a problem, it was just one specific use. The flight schools are very similar. It's not the airport, it's just one specific use. Now, people have lived around the airport before the airport got there. Most of the people who live around the airport certainly got there. Those neighborhoods were built before the flight schools got there. The flight schools represent 80 to 90% of all operations at the airport. The airport doesn't have an indefinite amount of operations that can continue there. So the question is, and what I think I see in the airport management plan in the future is, everybody has a role there, including the flight schools. But if flight schools are 80 to 90% of the operations at the airport and only contribute minimally from an economic benefit standpoint, what is the mix that the airport should have? And that's the kind of thing that should be in the airport management plan. How much should it be light industrial? How much of it should be flight schools? How much of it should be, what contributing percentage of different uses at the airport would be healthy? Healthy for the airport, healthy for the community, and healthy for the economic development of the community. And so I think that's an important aspect that we need to tackle going forward with the airport management plan. Flight schools are not a bad thing. They're desperately needed. But how much of that airport use should be used by the airport? You know, one of the issues that happened was, and then I'll wrap this up, we had a small little airport with very little economic development. At one point, it was thought to be a very good idea for economic development to get a tower. Well, the economic development didn't come. But what did come was the flight schools. Now we're the second busiest airport in the entire state with flight schools. And that's because we never had that breakdown of what percentage of uses should be at the airport. Now we're overloaded with one particular use that does create a noise problem, just like the concrete crushing at the industrial site. So what I'd like to see, because again, this is a problem that was there before I got there, to be well after it, once I leave, that needs to be addressed long-term in the airport management plan. So, with that said, any thoughts on that would be, and corrections would be welcome.
So, no, thank you for that. And I know, I appreciate us working together, and I know that there's been, it's definitely, I agree with it. It is something that the airport deals with. We receive the complaints, and I know you do as well. And so I appreciate the communication that we have on the issue. I do want to point out the airport master plan that you referenced is due for an upgrade, and we have an opportunity to, which will absolutely include input from the community, and the commission will be a huge part of that. So that is coming up. We would hope to do that. We hope to have that underway already. We had too many projects in the fire, and the FAA said, oh, we ran out of funding. So we are scheduled to do that fiscal year '27. So you'll see that in my budget request.
Anyone else? Just one. Grant funding. Was
Yes.
the 8.1 that Olivia talked about, is that inclusive of your grants or is that exclusive of your grants?
That does not include mine.
How much you got in grants?
I would say, well, just this past year, we did probably about $8 million. Just last year.
Thank you very much. And
The upcoming year, I'm asking for less.
Okay.
We need to take a little bit of a break to put money back in the fund and build up for our next kind of big CIP push.
Thanks, Arvin. Appreciate that.
Thank
Just
you.
one,
Thank you.
by the way, from Commissioner Perrine.
Listening to Vice Mayor McGurk, can we control the flight schools not coming in? I know we can't do anything with them once they're already here, but can you stop more coming in?
So it's a legal question, but my understanding is from being, and I participate on noise abatement committee with the Florida Airport Council, and spending so much time on this issue, it's very challenging because being a public use airport, if it was that easy, many other airports would have done it. You know, we're not the only airport dealing with this, and that's a frustrating part about this issue, is that the local and federal interests have some conflict. And so flight training being such a crucial aspect of the national transportation system, the FAA frowns on any restrictions, and that is in our, and so I think that my goal, and as Commissioner McGurk mentioned, the new master plan, we have an opportunity to find other ways that we can reach some of the goals and some of the challenges that we're talking about today. But to flat outright ban it, no, that's a challenge.
Yes, ma'am. One more, by the way. Go ahead.
Just sort of following on, is there any way to make a secondary situation for the flight school takeoffs and landings? We know people who bought their houses 20, 30 years ago. It's not the same as it is now. And is there any possibility of an alternate place to absorb some of this?
Well, one of the things that has been brought up in the past and other cities have done, not so certain that we would have the money, but other cities have created a second or moved the airport. I don't know that would be a possibility for us, but that has happened in some situations where they were able to move it, not necessarily because of noise, but because for whatever reason, like Panama City, that was an example where they actually moved the airport. But barring that, I know Embry-Riddle has looked at building their own airport, and they instead decided to spread out, and use different campuses. This is an issue that affects all of us in this region. It's not just New Smyrna, it's not even just Volusia County. This whole Central Florida, South Florida area is saturated with flight training. It's, I think I've mentioned before, but it's estimated that half of the world's pilots come to train in this area of Florida. Not just New Smyrna, but spread out through this area of Florida. So it's a challenge that we all face.
And I really am sorry for all the complaints that you have to take about which you can do nothing.
Thank you, Arvin. Appreciate your comments and your excellent brief. And I like where you're headed, and take Commissioner McGurk's
yes,
the long-range airport management plan into consideration for the proper mix of what you want to do out there.
Yes.
High confidence that you'll do just that. Thank you. Appreciate
Thank you.
your brief. Okay, for the next three presentations, we're going to do them all back to back, and then we're going to have questions at the end. The thought was that the first, second, and third briefers, the first briefer may generate questions that the second or the third briefer will answer. So this is a package, and so we'll start with the strategic priority presentations, future improved development update, and corridor plans for the western NSP growth area, and the plans and preparations for a 5-year financial forecast model. So I think, Shane, you're the first batter.
Yeah, Phil, that's not the right presentation.
Good afternoon. All right, City Manager asked me to talk about the current and future land developments, and they do kind of blend over into the next topics. First, I'll just mention that if you all aren't aware, most of you probably are, we keep 2 maps going online that show projects that have been applied for, and their applications are in process. That's the one on the left, and then we keep another map for recently approved projects. And so that started a few years ago to help residents keep track of what's going on out in the community, to be transparent. People wanted to figure out what was going on, especially after the hurricanes and the flooding, and everyone was concerned about future development. So you can always go back to those for reference, or I can share this presentation with anyone if you need. I'm going to, that's not right. Okay, I'm missing a slide here, but I'm going to start this conversation by talking about what's happening in the west side and migrate to the east side, to the beaches. And I tried to pick out some of the larger, more visible developments that people will notice, and also some of the bigger residential developments that might be off the roads a little ways. So first we'll talk about South Village. This is a PUD that was originally approved in 2011. It's still in process. The Community Development District was just in front of you a meeting or 2 ago and approved. That tool is going to help them put in their infrastructure. Ultimately, this is almost 2,000 lots with about 75 acres of commercial. They are in the platting phase being reviewed now. So it still could be some time before they break ground. And of course, it depends on what's going on with the economy, if they pull the trigger, when they pull the trigger. But that's there, and it looks like they're teeing up and getting ready to make a move. Again, about a total of 2,000 units and about 75 acres of commercial. Next, we've got Deering Park, and I apologize, this is coming out a little bit different on this computer than it did on mine when I put it together, so I apologize if it's hard to read. Deering Park Innovation Center, Shirley, you're familiar with this. We did about 30 public meetings on this in 2 years, and the PUD was approved last year. This is about 2,100 residential units. And it's going to have about 6 million square feet of non-residential structures. So that's a combination of retail, other commercial, and light industrial, hopefully to attract some of the space and tech industry. When we look at this together, you've got South Village to the left, over here, where you can see sort of the light green and with the squares. And if you move to the right, you can see where you've got Deering Park Innovation Center. And then to the north, we've got another development that's in process called Ocean Gate. So that is in the process of being platted right now. And then to the north, you've got Venetian Bay, which is already built out. And then you've got the New Smyrna Beach utility site to the north. And then as you cross the intersection of 95 and 44, you've got Gateway and the Advent Health Campus. Also to the north, you've got Ardesia Park. This is almost 700 units. This ties into Venetian Bay. They've already started some construction there, and the rest of the phases are getting underway as well. This is pretty exciting. This is the Advent Health new hospital campus. It's on about 65 acres, and if you can see down in the right-hand corner, you can see where it backs up to Sugar Mill Road. So it's right there nestled in that corner, and It's looking at about 65 acres, total of about 160 beds, designed for about 80 beds to start, and then room to expand as it starts to have more business and it makes sense for them to do so. Surgery, first floor, various uses, emergency room, pharmacy, dialysis. This project also involves the widening of Sugar Mill Road and some possible future outbuildings. Here's a cross-section, just a basic diagram of how the planning of that building would work, where on the outside you can see the dashed lines that say future beds. That's designs where it can expand out on either side, and then you'd have your core functions for the original build in the middle. This is the utility site. This is between Venetian Bay and Walmart. That large site there, it's almost 1,000 acres. It's still in the conceptual phase. The PUD has been applied for, but it's just waiting because I think they still aren't exactly sure what they want to do. But they know they want to do a water treatment plant out here and a mixture of some commercial and residential as well. This is the Elenano site. This is a coffee shop just to the just to the east of the Advent Medical Site, right there near the intersection of State Road 44 and 95. That is en route, and then if you go to the east immediately to that site, we've got another large commercial site coming in. This is what we refer to as the Gateway site. There's 6 buildings proposed to go in there. They're currently in the platting process. Once they get the property platted, they're going to go into rezoning. And I suspect the uses there will be similar to the commercial development, like where we see Panera Bread and Zaxby's and things of that nature. Going further east, we've got the Advent Health Acute Care Center, and this is currently under construction next to the ABC Liquors on 44 on the south side. Timberlane Drive. Going a little bit further east on the south side again, we've got the Medical Complex and Wellness Center on the corner of State Road 44 and Wild Orange. This is one that, if you recall, there was a lot of debate at the commission about historic trees, stormwater, and traffic. Came through last fall. Went further east again on the corner of Corbin Park and State Road 44. We've got the 44 gun store, and so that is in the site plan review process. That one is moving forward. Going even further east on the corner of Myrtle and State Road 44, we have a large project coming in there, of Sprouts Farmers Market, grocery store, and a TJ Maxx. That is going to the Planning Commission for the first time for its PUD consideration on April 6th. I know you all have already looked at it for historic trees. It's now going to the Planning Commission. We typically have, if we can, we get an applicant to go try to take care of the trees first, figure out if that's going to be an obstacle for your development, and if you can get that resolved, then go forward before you do anything else. And so that's where we're at there. Jumping down to 10th Street, next to the high school entrance, we've got Flagler Dunes, which is a combination of different numbers of units per building, with a total of 79 units going in. They're townhomes. Then on Mission Road, we've got St. James Estates, just south of State Road 44. That's 36 units, townhomes. Jumping over to Flagler Avenue, I included this. We don't see a lot of new construction on Flagler Avenue, and this site was very difficult to build on. This is the Maui Knicks Surf Shop. It's currently under construction. If anyone's seen that and you wondered what it was, I believe it's directly across from the shuffleboard courts. And then we've got what previously Oakwilder Townhomes. It's actually now called Eventide. That's 77 units, and that's located behind Publix on Beachside. So those are some of the major projects going from west to east on 44 and on Beachside. And what I don't have on here is a total of the number of units, these projects and some other projects that have been either approved or that we know are in process. All total is right around 6,000 units. So we've got a lot of capacity for future building permits to come in for residential. Also asked to touch on corridor planning. Now, at your last meeting on Tuesday, Buck Stevens came in from FDOT, gave you an overview of that. That was a project that we actually, a study that we actually initiated with them about 2 years ago. We called and bugged them a few times, and they said, you know what, we recognize that there's some issues that are going to be here in the future. We're going to go ahead and do this study ourselves. We didn't have to apply for a grant. We didn't have to fill out an application. They just took the ball and ran with it, so that was really nice. We did have to bug them a lot in order to actually see some results and get that presentation, but eventually you saw the product. And they were focused on some low-cost, high-impact solutions, such as doing some restriping and adding some capacity to lanes, as well as this unique solution to the Canal Street 44 merger, where we've got this odd triangle situation where they're proposing to add some driveway accesses for the commercial businesses there, and then turn that entrance there to make it less attractive for people to turn in. On top of that, we have put in an application with the TPO for a corridor study for Pioneer Trail, from Pioneer Trail down to Canal Street. And so we're hoping that that will get accepted by the TPO. I think it's a pretty strong application, and we hope to get similar results out of that study that we got with FDOT, recognizing that we're going to have a lot of growth and we're going to have a lot of new traffic coming in from the Pioneer Trail intersection that might use this as a cut through and go around 44. We also put in an application for Mission Road south to Park Avenue, acknowledging that that's a very important north-south connector. We don't have a whole lot of those. We've got US 1, Mission Road, and Glencoe before you get to 95. And finally, just internally, we started talking about doing some planning projects for the north and south causeways, looking at not necessarily expanding road capacity, but looking at it from a pedestrian mobility standpoint. What sort of other amenities could we add in these areas to make them more attractive? Public art, landscaping, make some changes to any design standards, signage, pedestrian crossings, bike lanes, basically throw everything out on the table there. And I've drafted a scope of work for that, but we're really just in the beginning stages of talking about it. But I would see possibly some public charrettes, getting a lot of public input and activity, and putting a couple plans together. Did one of these in Atlantic Beach a few years ago, and it resulted in a $15 million road diet and bike lane for East Coast Greenway for the city of Atlantic Beach. So it worked out really well. And it's just a photo of the North Causeway. It's a pretty nice amenity, but it's not really connected. You do see people using it to jog, but I would almost see this as, sometimes you just go to Canal Street and walk around and explore the shops, or same at Flagler Avenue, but I don't think people are really doing that here. They use the multi-use trail to run and ride, but the other locations are more you drive to a destination and park. And the same thing with south side as well. You come over the causeway, and then you see this beautiful marsh And then you come down, and this is kind of the same thing you see in most commercial areas that were developed around the same time period. And that's all I got there. I will make a couple comments based on Commissioner Ashley's initial questions to Heather, who wasn't able to answer them real quick. One of your questions was, why does it have to go to so many people when someone's trying to get a permit? I know this is a little bit off from what we were just talking about, but the reviewers have very special skills. So the stormwater engineer who's looking at all the calculations and all this kind of stuff is very different from the planner who's looking at, well, is the use correct? What are the setbacks? What are the building heights? They're focused on different parts of the project. And then you've got utilities, which is, you know, sister but separate agency. They're looking at, you know, if this site is developed, is it going to cause any problems for the next site to be developed? Do they have enough capacity for X, Y, Z? The stormwater engineer doesn't necessarily have that skill set or that knowledge, or the planners, and vice versa. And then we've got fire that also has to look at it and make sure that they have turning capacity for fire engines, as well as enough pressure in their fire hydrants to put out a fire if something happens. So there's these different layers of review, and they all go into a portal at the same time. And we've got 30 days to review every application that we get. Many of them get reviewed much quicker. For instance, a single-family home, the average review time is about 15 days. We've got 30, the average is 15. You know, the more complicated homes, it might take longer. But we're always going to have people who either don't check the portal for their review comments, they don't upload all of the information we need to get started, and we've given them that comment like you're missing paperwork, and they don't check, and so it just sits there for a couple weeks. Then you all get an email saying, what's going on? These guys aren't responding to me at all. And so it's just something that happens. And like the city manager said, the same thing he's heard for 35 years, and I've heard it the whole time I've been in this business as well. So I guess we're holding questions.
Yeah, don't go anywhere.
Yeah, let's move on to the next.
Yeah, we're going to go to the next one, and I think is that Mr. Nybert, Assistant City Manager, and then we'll, but don't leave the room, Shane. We got plenty for you.
Not go anywhere. You got it.
Good afternoon, and thank you. I think anybody that looks at New Smyrna Beach and looks at where we're going in the future can attest that the major source of our future growth and the major location of the biggest activity is going to be on the west end of New Smyrna Beach. And it'd be safe to say that over the next 10 to 15 years, what I like to call the geographic center of New Smyrna Beach is going to shift in that direction. This is going to affect the way we provide services, the types of services we provide, and the way everything is done and how this community operates differently, both from a governmental level and both from a quality of life and just normal living. So what we're going to do is we're going to take and do a study of the west end of New Smyrna Beach. And the goal of this is to evaluate the future growth of this western area. The plan will project the future growth in this area. It will project the development in this region. Putting this data together, making these projections of what this growth may be from both the residential and commercial standpoint is going to allow us as staff and you as commission to project the future infrastructure, staffing, and service needs for the entire community and this area in particular for over the next 10 to 15 years. So the study area that we're going to focus on basically follows these borders. On the east, I-95, to the north, Pioneer Trail, and to the west and south, those are the limits of our joint planning area that we have for the community. So those are at this point are the legal limits that we can go beyond based on joint planning agreements that we have in place. So what are the data considerations? Certainly, we can't do any future planning and where we're going to go without the preparation and collecting of data. So we're going to project, and you see Shane's already begun that, project potential developments, both commercial, residential, for all properties, not those that are just currently in the pipeline, but other properties that are currently sitting vacant. We don't have any activity on it. We're going to project, based on those land uses, the types and sizes of developments that may generate in the next 10 to 15 years. So based on those projections, we're going to be able to estimate future population growth and project out over the 10 to 15 years how quickly and how large New Smyrna Beach is going to be based on these proposed developments. We're going to evaluate land uses for consistency with city goals. Are those currently acceptable? Are there modifications that may need to be done? We're also going to look at potential annexations, bringing additional properties in the city that under our control that we will be able to affect how those properties develop and then again provide services to them. Based on that number, Finance Department's going to be able to start making predictions of new revenues based on these future growth rates. So the general considerations based on this data that we're going to be collected across all departments, that each department that sits here today is going to have to look at how this growth, how this development is going to affect the following. Any new or expanded facilities they have to have, both in-house, meaning those facilities that we have to house our operations out of, and public facilities, so those types of facilities that the city would control and build to provide services to the public. 10, 12 years ago, nobody could have predicted the growth of pickleball and the demands of moving forward on developing hundreds of thousands of dollars of pickleball facilities. So those are the types of things and projections that we're going to look at and need. Future workforce needs. So if 10 years from now we're predicting we're going to have another 15 to 20,000 people in New Smyrna Beach and these geographic locations, what type of workforce do we need to support those, both from police, fire, public works, recreational facilities? Those things that need to be addressed. Future capital equipment needs. What kind of equipment are we going to need to provide those services to the public and the growing population of the city? Future increase in services. That means not just the volume of the same thing we're providing. What new levels of services will the city be required to, or the city and the public that we're here to support desires us to provide to them in the future? We're going to make some predictions and projections as to what those future types of services we may provide. Opportunities for partnerships as we look at that area. For those of you who don't know, the New Smyrna Beach Utilities this week voted to begin their Phase 1 analysis of the development of their western properties. I would anticipate in short order communications from them and their staff on us possibly looking at opportunities for partnering facilities in that location. The general consideration citywide. Right now we're in the midst of our citywide stormwater study. We're going to also begin a complete transportation system study, not currently what we have and the expansions of those, but also the expansions of the overall transportation systems to include new road networks within the city to better provide transportation abilities and within the whole community. Obviously, the financial needs. Joanne's got a heck of a job ahead of her. What's all of this going to cost? Over 20 years, what are we going to pay for equipment, manpower, new facilities? So the area-wide project deliverables. Here's what we're going to give you as part of this report. So out of development services, we're going to provide you with a new transportation system analysis for the whole city, which will also address the western area. Future stormwater plans, the plans to provide top quality, safe, and efficient stormwater systems throughout the city and in the west area. Finance Department's going to do a prediction of new revenues based on future growth. And that just doesn't going to say we're going to have this increase in taxable value, here's what we're going to get. We're going to have to make some estimations on what we may have to do in terms of millage rates in relationship to the growth in taxable value. It's not just looking at the taxable value. It's looking at the policy decisions we make, in not only with dealing with the new taxable value, but with the millage rates we need to support the revenues we'll need moving forward. Analysis of future financial needs. Again, we're going to have to determine what we're going to need to increase our revenues on an annual basis to support those new goods and services that we're going to provide. Recommendations for alternate revenue sources. So as the political climate in the state currently exists now, as it may change in the future, people beyond our control may change the way that we provide the revenues that we get to provide services to our customers. So then we'll have to take a look and make some projections. Okay, if this revenue reduction from the legislature comes through, what are we going to have to do to address that? How do we develop the new revenue streams to overcome those losses from the ad valorem side of the revenues? Or do we cut services? Those are the things that we're going to have to address. We're going to have to develop financing plans for new capital assets, be that bonding issues, be that bank financing, be that if we're building a new police station, do we do a lease purchase buy arrangement with contractor? And it's a common practice now in municipal governments. You want to build a new $20 million police station, you do an RFP for a company to come in, do a design build for you, and then they lease it back to you over a period of time. So it's a new method of financing capital construction projects. Natural resources. Certainly Tony's going to be busy looking at this area to develop locations for new conservation lands. And as we complete the stormwater study, working with that study to target properties specifically for stormwater retention facilities. Parking and mobility. So Steve's going to have to look at, we got 20,000 new people living on the West End. Where are we going to park these folks, and how are we going to best move them around town, not in cars? What are the best ways to do that? Sam's going to be busy making projections, looking on the economic development impacts on the city, the rate and growth of new non-residential properties in the city, what we may get, and how's it going to affect our community in terms of services that we have to provide. The project time frame, we had our initial kickoff meeting last week. We're looking to have the stormwater plans and transportation plans done within the 12 months and have a complete draft copy for this commission to review sometime in April of 27.
Thanks. Excuse me. Thank you, Ron. Let's go ahead and hear from Joe if we can.
Okay.
Set up here. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. This afternoon, we're introducing the city's 5-year financial forecast titled Setting Sail for Financial Success. The forecast is intended to provide a forward-looking view of the city's financial position and support long-range planning and decision-making. How's it look? Before getting into the numbers, it's important to discuss what this forecast is and what it isn't. This is not a budget. It's a planning tool that gives us a longer range view beyond a single fiscal year. Looking out multiple years helps surface trends and patterns that don't show up when we only focus on one budget cycle at a time. It gives us a way to think about risk, capacity, and trade-offs in a more deliberate way. This approach is recommended by the GFOA as a best practice for long-term financial sustainability, and it's designed to be updated regularly as assumptions, conditions, and priorities evolve. The real value is not in the exact numbers 5 years out, it's in the insight the forecast provides into how today's decisions play out over time. Can you see the full slides, or are they cut off? Okay. The reason for doing a multi-year forecast really comes down to perspective. Looking ahead several years allows us to see how trends develop and where pressures may begin to build, rather than only reacting year to year. It also supports better decision-making by giving us a way to test whether current service levels and policies hold up over time, not just in the next budget, but across multiple years. That longer view strengthens the city's financial resilience to things like economic shifts, disasters, and policy changes. So why use a 5-year horizon? 5 years is where issues start to surface, but assumptions are still defensible. Beyond that, uncertainty grows quickly. This keeps the forecast grounded in decisions we can actually influence. Now we're going to get into what we did here for New Smyrna Beach. We approach the forecast in layers. Phase 1 answers, where are we if we change nothing? Phase 2 asks, what happens when we start adding real-world needs like growth, capital, and staffing? Phase 3 and 4. Phase 3 will incorporate commission feedback, deepen the SWOT analysis, refine assumptions, expand to all major funds, and model Westside growth and expansion scenarios. Phase 4 will be about monitoring and reevaluating, keeping this forecast current and useful as conditions change. This forecast is designed to evolve, and this afternoon isn't the end, it's just the feedback point. So now we're going to dive into the first phase. Phase 1 is the foundation, the baseline 5-year financial forecast. Everything that follows builds on this starting point. Everything you'll see in Phase 1 is intentionally conservative. It's meant to be a neutral baseline, not optimistic, not pessimistic. We began with a financial SWOT analysis, identifying the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Starting with the strengths, the city benefits from experienced leadership, both at the staff and elected level, healthy reserve balances, a low millage rate, and low overall debt. We have capacity to borrow for major capital when needed, and a meaningful portion of our non-homesteaded property, which provides some flexibility in the tax base. These strengths give the city a solid financial foundation. On the weaknesses side, several themes emerged. The city has limited commercial base and has outgrown some of its facilities, resulting in space constraints and deferred maintenance. As our capital inventory has expanded, life cycle funding hasn't always kept pace, and the general fund remains the primary source for both core services and many capital needs. These are not unique challenges, but they do create ongoing pressure within the forecast. The opportunities largely relate to growth and strategy, westward expansion, as you've heard, and potential annexation could broaden the tax base over time. Impact fees provide a tool to fund growth-related capital, and regional partnerships or service consolidation may improve efficiency. There is also an opportunity to use debt strategically for long-lived capital assets, aligning costs with taxpayers who benefit over time. Finally, the threats reflect external and structural risk. Growth and annexation place additional demands on service and facilities. As a coastal community, hurricanes and storm impacts remain a significant risk. Economic uncertainty, potential state-level property tax reform, and ongoing pressure to remain competitive with wages and benefits all add complexity to long-term financial planning. This financial SWOT analysis doesn't point to a single conclusion, but it does help frame the forecast. It highlights where the city is well-positioned, where pressures exist and where future policy decisions will have the greatest impact. Next, we identified the core goal of this financial forecast. The core goal is a structurally balanced budget. That means ongoing revenues fund ongoing expenses and reoccurring capital without relying on one-time resources. One-time revenues are reserved for one-time uses like large capital projects. This goal drives every assumption in the model. If something breaks structural balance, it's flagged immediately so we can talk about whether that choice is intentional. The next step was developing a set of core assumptions, starting with property values and property tax. For this assumption, we grounded the forecast in what departments are actually seeing on the ground: permit activity, development trends, and current valuation data, rather than assuming aggressive growth. On the residential side, we relied on building official estimates that reflect steady, manageable growth over the next 5 years. For commercial activity, we incorporated input from the CRA director, along with an analysis of active commercial permits and valuation data to inform those assumptions. It is also important to note what is not driving this forecast. The large-scale developments that you heard about earlier, like Deering Park, are largely outside or at the outer edge of the 5-year window. While cross-departmental planning for those projects is underway, as you heard from Ron, their full fiscal impact is not assumed in this forecast period. Similarly, no major annexations are assumed during the 5-year forecast. That keeps the baseline conservative and allows us to clearly see the city's financial trajectory under current conditions without relying on growth that may occur later or that is still uncertain. For property taxes, we assumed a 6% annual growth in existing property values, which was derived by applying 3% Save Our Homes cap to homesteaded properties and using the State Revenue Estimating Conference projections for non-homesteaded, commercial, and tangible personal property. No major statewide property tax reform is assumed in this forecast, although we'll continue to monitor, and the millage rate is held constant at 4.637 mils throughout the forecast. Population growth in the forecast is tied directly to housing activity rather than broad assumptions. We base this on expected growth in single-family residences, which was assumed about 160 homes a year, and it's assumed an average of about 2.5 residents per new home. Using that approach results in steady, manageable population growth of roughly 400 residents per year. In percentage terms, this equates to about 1.2% annually, and gradually tapers off to 1.16% by the end of the 5-year period. For other revenues, we assumed 3% annual growth across existing sources with no new or expanded revenues included. Business tax receipts are excluded from ongoing assumptions as it is anticipated these collections may end in fiscal year 2027.
Thank you.
On the cost side, insurance is assumed to increase 10% annually, and other operating costs will grow by about 3%. For the baseline forecast as it relates to our workforce and benefits, we held staffing flat at the current authorized level of 353 positions. That was intentional. It allows us to clearly see the cost of maintaining existing service levels before layering in any additional workforce requests. On the compensation side, we assumed modest predictable growth for general employees that includes a 2% cost of living adjustment and a 2% merit increase tied to the annual performance evaluation that's about to be implemented. Public safety employees include a 2% COLA along with a 2.25% annual step increase as reflected in their contractual arrangements. Benefit costs are assumed to continue growing over time, generally between 4 and 5% annually, depending on the benefit category. These assumptions reflect recent experience and industry trends. Together, these assumptions provide a realistic view of how personal costs grow over time, even when staffing levels remain unchanged, which is important context as we later discuss workforce additions and long-term sustainability. The next set of assumptions relate to debt. The city currently has a line of credit that is interest only and matures in fiscal year 2027. That maturity comes with a $15 million balloon payment. That maturity is a known event within the forecast period and needed to be addressed in the baseline. So for planning purposes, the forecast assumes that the line of credit is retired at maturity and replaced with a $15 million term loan. The model assumes a 20-year amortization at 5% interest rate with level debt service. That structure converts a short-term obligation into a long-term repayment schedule that aligns more closely with the city's ongoing financial capacity. Under those assumptions, annual expenses in the general fund will increase by approximately $1.1 million, reflecting principal and interest on the new loan. Additional assumptions were no additional debt for new projects, which keeps this forecast focused solely on managing existing obligations rather than layering in new commitments. The next assumption area is recurring capital, which is focused on reinvesting in the city's existing assets, things like road resurfacing, vehicle and equipment replacement, ongoing facility maintenance such as roofs, HVAC systems, and windows. These are not expansion projects. They're just about preserving what the city already owns and relies on every day. In the baseline forecast, reoccurring capital is assumed to be funded on a pay-as-you-go basis rather than through debt. That reflects the nature of these costs. They're ongoing routine investments rather than long-lived assets or projects that would typically justify financing. As a result, the general fund is assumed to be the primary funding source. In dollar terms, recurring capital needs total approximately $4.2 million in fiscal year 2027 and grow gradually to $4.7 million by fiscal year 2031. That growth reflects inflationary cost increases rather than an expansion of scope. Street resurfacing and vehicle and equipment replacement each account for roughly $1.7 million annually, with facility maintenance adding another $800,000 to $900,000 per year. Including these amounts in the baseline is important because recurring capital is a core ongoing obligation. Treating it as optional or deferrable can create short-term relief, but is typically leads to higher costs and service disruption over time. This assumption allows us to clearly see how reinvestment in existing infrastructure fits within the city's long-term financial capacity, and it aligns with the city's strategic priorities. The next category is non-reoccurring capital. These are generally larger, one-time projects that don't repeat year after year. Because of their size and timing, they're excluded from the baseline forecast and instead evaluated separately through the city's capital improvement plan process. Treating them outside the baseline helps keep the forecast focused on ongoing operations and reoccurring obligations while allowing these projects to be prioritized and time-based on available resources and policy direction. Funding these type of projects can come from a variety of sources depending on eligibility, including impact fees, stormwater fees, parking fees, bond proceeds, and in some cases, one-time or excess general fund resources. The general fund is not assumed to be the primary source unless a project is truly one-time and surplus funding is identified. This slide reflects the interfund transfer assumptions used in the baseline forecast. On the general fund side, we assumed a modest planned reduction in ongoing support for certain operations, including a 3% annual reduction for the Brannon Center and a 5% annual reduction for the golf course. At the same time, we assumed a 3% increase in transfers to building to support code enforcement. On the inbound side, transfers into the general fund are assumed to grow gradually. Administrative support charges to special revenue and enterprise funds increase by 3% annually, reflecting growth in overall operations. A significant assumption in this area is the sanitation fund transfer. The forecast assumes a base transfer of $700,000 to the general fund, increasing by 3% annually. This is a material component of general fund support and also one of the more uncertain assumptions as sanitation services are currently out to bid. Actual contract costs could differ from what is assumed here, which would directly affect the level of transfer available to the general fund. These interfund transfer assumptions are intended to reflect current policy direction and known trends while also highlighting areas such as sanitation where future decisions or cost changes could materially impact this forecast. The final core assumption in Phase 1 relates to reserves. In the baseline forecast, the reserve target remains at 25% of general fund operating expenses, excluding capital. That target was established by the City Commission through Resolution 18-19 and continues to serve as a key financial policy benchmark. Keeping the reserve target unchanged ensures the forecast remains aligned with existing policy. Adjusting this assumption would require discussion by the Commission regarding the city's risk tolerance and the use of alternative risk mitigation tools before being reflected in any long-term financial plan. Now, with the assumptions behind us, we'll look at the results. Under the baseline forecast, operating revenues show steady growth over the 5-year period, increasing from approximately $53 million in the base year to about $69 million by fiscal year 2031. This growth is driven primarily by property taxes, reflecting moderate increase in taxable value and new construction, along with more gradual growth in other revenue sources. Importantly, this is not an aggressive growth assumption. It's based on current development activity, state revenue estimates, and holding the millage rate constant throughout the forecast. This chart looks at the composition of operating revenues over time. While overall revenues grow, the mix remains relatively consistent throughout the forecast. Property taxes continue to be the dominant revenue source, with other categories such as other taxes, intergovernmental revenues, charges for services, and miscellaneous revenues growing more gradually and remaining fairly stable as a share of the total. In the base year, property taxes account for approximately $31.5 million of the city's $53.6 million in operating revenues, or just under 59%. That reliance on property tax carries forward over the forecast period and is the primary driver of overall revenue growth. The stability in the other revenue categories reflects the assumptions built into the baseline, no new revenue sources, and moderate growth in existing ones. Operating expenses also grow steadily over the forecast period, increasing from approximately $53 million in the base year to about $67 million by fiscal year 2031. It reflects normal inflation in operating cost, continued increases in insurance, the addition of debt service associated with the fiscal year 2027 line of credit refinancing, and ongoing workforce costs driven by compensation and benefit assumptions. Importantly, this expense growth occurs even though staffing levels are held flat in the baseline. That highlights how existing service levels become more expensive over time. This slide breaks down operating expenses by category and highlights what is driving cost growth over time. Wages and benefits are the largest component of the general fund expenses and the primary driver of overall expense growth, followed by operating costs. In the base year, wages and benefits total approximately $33 million out of $53.1 million in the general fund operating expenses, representing about 63% of the total. That proportion remains relatively consistent throughout the forecast period, even though staffing levels are held flat in the baseline. Because wages and benefits make up such a large share of the operating budget, changes in compensation and benefit assumptions have a direct and measurable impact on the city's long-term financial outlook. This becomes especially important as we look at workforce additions, recurring capacity, and overall structural balance. This slide shows how funds carry forward alongside required reserves over the forecast period. The key trend here is the decline in funds carried forward in the early years, which is intentional. These balances are being used to support both reoccurring capital and one-time capital needs rather than being held indefinitely. A large portion of the beginning balance reflects one-time resources that accumulated in prior years, including ARPA funding and amounts set aside for Hurricane Ian and Milton that ultimately were not needed for recovery. In the forecast, those dollars are deployed to address capital needs, which is why you see the sharp decline in the first few years. By fiscal year 29 through fiscal year 2031, funds carried forward begin to level off and align closely with the city's required reserves. At that point, the remaining balance largely reflects policy-driven reserves rather than excess or one-time resources. The decline in one-time funds carried forward represents a challenge, as these resources have historically been used to support both reoccurring and non-reoccurring capital needs. This visual brings together the core takeaway from Phase 1. Under the baseline assumption, the city remains structurally balanced over the 5-year period. That's great news. Operating revenues keep pace with operating expenses, and the gap between the two remains positive throughout the forecast. The blue line on top are your revenues, the orange line on the bottom, your expenses, and you can see the gap widening. That's an important result. It means that under current policy and conservative assumptions, the city can sustain existing service levels without relying on one-time resources to fund ongoing operations. The margin between revenues and expenses also grows modestly over time, reflecting steady revenue growth alongside controlled expense increases. At the same time, the margin is relatively narrow. While the forecast is balanced, there is limited excess capacity to absorb new commitments, without trade-offs. Any additions, whether related to workforce, capital, reinvestment, or policy changes, need to be evaluated carefully within this framework. This slide shows the funding available for reoccurring capital and how that funding shifts over time. The blue portion represents the ongoing operating margin, the amount by which operating revenues exceed operating expenses. In fiscal year 2027, that margin is approximately $579,000, and it grows gradually over the forecast period, reaching about $1.7 million by fiscal year 2031. The orange portion reflects one-time funds, we talked about a little earlier. In fiscal year 2027 and 2028, those balances are made up of the unused recovery funding related to Hurricane Ian and Milton. In the forecast, those one-time dollars are intentionally applied to support capital. As those one-time funds are drawn down, the total amount available for recurring capital declines sharply in the early years, and over time, as the operating margin grows, recurring capital capacity begins to rebuild. But it does so at a much lower level and relies increasingly on ongoing revenues than one-time resources. This slide highlights the transition from one-time funding to ongoing capacity and reinforces why recurring capital ultimately needs to be supported by a structurally balanced operations rather than temporary resources. Building on the prior slide, this chart compares the funding available for recurring capital, which you just saw on the other slide, to the level of recurring capital needed each year. Recurring capital, as mentioned earlier, includes items like road resurfacing, sidewalks, facilities, roofs, HVAC systems, and the regular replacement of vehicles and equipment, assets that require ongoing reinvestment just to maintain current service levels. Because these costs are ongoing maintenance rather than growth-related projects, they are generally not well suited for debt financing or impact fees. As a result, the general fund is the primary funding source for recurring capital. What this slide highlights is the gap between available funding and recurring capital needs in several years of the forecast. When the gap is not addressed, the practical outcome is deferred maintenance, projects are delayed, asset conditions decline, and costs are often pushed into the future. This comparison reinforces why recurring capital need to be evaluated alongside operating revenues and expenses. Long-term sustainability depends not only on balancing the operating budget, but also on maintaining the city's existing infrastructure at an appropriate level over time. Building on the gap we just saw between available funding and reoccurring capital needs, this slide translates the shortfall into a millage rate equivalent. The question here is, if the city chose to fully fund reoccurring capital within the baseline forecast, what millage adjustment would that represent? Based on the analysis, the required adjustment ranges from roughly 0.2 of a mil to just under 0.4 of a mil, depending on the year. This provides a sense of scale, not a recommendation, for what it would take to close the gap using property tax alone. Importantly, a millage adjustment is only one way to address the issue. Other options include increasing other revenue sources, reducing operating expenses, or adjusting the level and timing of recurring capital investment. The next step, we did a stress test. So we looked at some of the larger assumptions to see what would happen if we changed those assumptions. The first stress test that focuses on property value growth, which is assumed at 6% annually in the baseline forecast. If property value growth comes in significantly lower than assumed, at 2%, the impact is substantial. Under that scenario, revenues decline by approximately $1.2 million in fiscal year 2027, with the shortfall growing to about $7.3 million by 2031. Even a more moderate slowdown with growth at 4% instead of 6% still results in a meaningful revenue reduction, ranging roughly from $631,000 to $3.8 million over the forecast period. In both cases, revenues no longer keep pace with expenses, and the forecast becomes structurally unbalanced. On the other hand, if property values grow faster than assumed, at 8% or 10%, revenues increase correspondingly. Under those scenarios, additional revenues range from approximately $631,000 to as much as $8.5 million by fiscal year 2031. While those outcomes would improve financial capacity and support recurring capital, one-time capital needs, or additional staffing, they aren't assumed in the baseline forecast. This stress test highlights both the city's exposure to changes in property values and the opportunity. The second stress test looks at the millage rate sensitivity. In other words, how changes above or below the current millage rate affect the forecast. The baseline assumes the millage rate remains flat at 4.637 mils throughout the 5-year period. A reduction of 0.2 of a mil results in revenue losses of approximately $1.4 million in fiscal year 2027, and that grows to about $1.8 million in fiscal year 2031. A smaller reduction of 0.1 of a mil produces proportionate impacts, with revenue declines ranging from roughly $722,000 in fiscal year 2027 to about $911,000 by fiscal year 2031. Under the larger reductions, revenues no longer keep pace with expenses. Under the smaller reduction, the forecast is initially unbalanced but improves modestly toward the end of the period. The inverse is also true. Millage increases of the same magnitude produce equivalent revenue gains. Those additional revenues, again, could be used to support recurring capital, reduce deferred maintenance, or address other priorities, but they aren't assumed in the baseline. This stress test is intended to show the scale and sensitivity. The final stress test, we looked at expenses. Specifically, how changes in total operating expenses affect the forecast. For this analysis, operating expenses include wages, benefits, and other operating costs. If operating expenses come in below forecast, the impact is meaningful. A 5% reduction results in savings of approximately $2.6 million in fiscal year 2027, increasing to about $3.2 million by fiscal year 2031. Even a more modest reduction of 2.5% still produces savings in the range of $1.3 million to $1.6 million over the forecast period. The inverse is also true. If operating expenses exceed forecast level, the effect is comparable. A 2.5% increase results in additional costs of approximately $1.3 million to $1.6 million while a 5% increase raises expenses roughly $2.6 million to $3.2 million over the 5-year period. This analysis highlights how relatively small changes in wages, benefits, or operating costs can compound over time and have a material effect on the city's long-term financial position. So that wraps up the baseline. Now we're going to talk about Phase 2. Phase 2 builds on the baseline forecast by layering in capital and workforce impacts. To develop this section of the forecast, departments were asked to look ahead over the next 5 years and consider how anticipated growth could impact city facilities. They were also asked to identify capital needs that advance their departmental strategic plans and align with the city's 9 citywide strategic priorities. Each request was then mapped to one of those priorities. These slides, the next few slides, summarize the capital needs over the 5-year forecast period and their estimated cost. While the list is broad, several categories account for the majority of the requested investment. The largest capital needs over the forecast period are concentrated in park and recreation facility improvements, airport improvements, stormwater improvements, and major roadway projects such as Washington Street. Together, these categories reflect a strong emphasis on core infrastructure, public assets, and community facilities. It's important to note that this list has not been prioritized by the city manager and is intended as a starting point for discussion. The requests shown here represent identified needs, not approved projects. They will be evaluated further, refined, and prioritized as part of the fiscal year 2027 budget development process. This slide shows the same capital projects we just reviewed, but organized differently. This time, by the city's 9 strategic priorities rather than by project type. Looking at the information this way helps connect capital investment back to broader policy goals and priorities rather than individual projects. What this view highlights is that the majority of the requested capital investment over the next 5 years is concentrated in 2 priority areas: city infrastructure and neighborhood health and safety. That reflects a focus on maintaining and improving core assets like roads, facilities, stormwater systems, public safety infrastructure, and addressing conditions that directly affect the quality of life and community well-being. Other priorities such as growth management, economic development, downtown, and communication and transportation are represented as well, but at lower funding levels. Over the 5-year forecast period, total capital requests total $87 million. Of that amount, about $62 million, or roughly 71%, is expected to be funded from non-general fund sources, including stormwater fees, airport revenues, parking fees, contributions, grants, impact fees, and debt. This portion of the capital program is not funded directly by taxpayers. The remaining share, approximately $24 million, does not have a dedicated funding source due to eligibility limitations and would need to be supported by the general fund. The lower portion of the slide translates that general fund share into a millage rate equivalent, which ranges from approximately 1.2 mils in the early years to about 0.23 mils years later. One option illustrated below that to manage the general fund impact is the issuance of a $25 million bond instead of pay-as-you-go. This would cash flow these projects over time. Using debt can smooth the annual impact on the general fund and align the cost of long-lived capital assets with the taxpayers who benefit from them over their useful lives, rather than placing the full burden on the current taxpayers. Under the assumptions shown, a 15-year loan amortized at 5% interest rate would result in an annual debt service of $2.3 million. That equates to roughly 0.29 mils in fiscal year 27 and declines slightly by the end of the forecast period as property values grow. This illustration is provided solely to help conceptualize the scale of the fiscal impact and the trade-offs involved in how the future is funded. This slide highlights potential future capital projects that could occur within the next 5 years or shortly thereafter. These items are currently in early evaluation and are not included in the capital improvement plan. The list reflects longer-term facility and service needs identified by departments, including space constraints, operational efficiency, training needs, recreation, public safety coverage, stormwater infrastructure, and environmentally sensitive land acquisition. If these projects move forward, potential funding sources such as impact fees, grants, and stormwater fees would be evaluated where eligible. However, given the scale and timing of these projects, they would likely also require the issuance of debt and the use of general fund resources to some degree. At this stage, these projects have not been scope prioritized or cost for inclusion in the CIP. They are presented to provide visibility into possible future needs and to support long-range planning discussions. Next, we turn to workforce needs over the next five years. To develop this section of the forecast, departments were asked to consider how anticipated growth over the next 5 years would affect service demands and staffing levels, and to identify workforce needs that support both their departmental strategic plans and the city's citywide strategic priorities. Each request was then linked to one of the city's 9 strategic priorities. These slides summarize the workforce needs identified over the 5-year forecast period. In total, departments identified 63 new positions, which would increase the workforce from 353 positions to 416 positions, an overall increase of approximately 15% if all requests were funded. As with the capital request, this list has not been prioritized by the city manager and is intended as a starting point for discussion. The requests shown represent identified needs, not approved positions, and will be evaluated further as part of the fiscal year 27 budget development process. This slide shows the same workforce requests, but grounded by group by department. Viewing the information this way helps illustrate where staffing needs are most concentrated across the organization. Public safety, police and fire represent the largest share of requests with 26 positions, or about 41% of the total. These requests are primarily tied to service demand, coverage, and response requirements. Public works, including streets, stormwater, facilities, and parks, accounts for 17 positions, or roughly 27%. These requests generally reflect the staffing needed to maintain infrastructure, support capital investment, and sustain operational capacity as assets and service areas grow. Leisure and parks represents 5 positions, or about 8%, supporting recreation programs and community services that are highly visible and directly used by residents. The remaining 15 positions, or approximately 24%, are spread across administrative and internal support departments. As outward-facing departments expand, these support functions must also scale to ensure the organization can operate effectively and continue to serve the public. This includes departments such as the city clerk, legal, information technology, finance, and human resources. This slide represents the same workforce request, but expressed in dollar terms rather than position counts. Looking at the data this way highlights how the fiscal impact differs from the distribution of positions. Public safety accounts for approximately 41% of the requested positions, but represents about 53% of the total cost. That difference reflects the compensation and benefits structure associated with public safety positions. Public works represents roughly 27% of the positions and about 22% of the total cost, while leisure accounts for approximately 8% of positions and 6% of the cost. The remaining 24% of positions shown here as other represent about 19% of the total cost. This comparison illustrates that workforce impacts are driven not only by the number of positions requested, but also by the underlying cost characteristics of each group, which is important context as we evaluate long-term financial sustainability. Unlike capital requests, which are typically one-time in nature and can be funded from a mix of sources such as grants, impact fees, stormwater fees, or debt, workforce needs are ongoing and compound over time. Wages and benefits for new positions are funded primarily through the general fund, which relies largely on property taxes and fees. Once a position is added, the cost does not remain static. It increases year over year due to cost of living adjustment, merit increases, step plans, and rising benefit and pension costs. This slide illustrates the difference by showing both the first-year cost of the new positions and the cumulative cost over the 5-year forecast period. While the first-year cost may appear manageable in isolation, the cumulative cost or the cumulative impact grows significantly over time as additional positions are added and existing positions continue to escalate in cost. For that reason, it's important to evaluate workforce decisions not only based on their initial annual cost, but also on their long-term cumulative impact on the city's financial position and structural balance. This slide illustrates, this slide looks at what it would take from a millage perspective to fund all new positions requested within the 5-year forecast window. It compares the cumulative cost of those positions to the general fund resources assumed in the baseline forecast, and then translates the remaining gap into a millage rate equivalent. The general fund resources shown here reflect anticipated offsets, including ambulance revenue associated with adding a 3rd transport unit in fiscal year 27. That request includes 6 new firefighters, and the revenue generated by the additional ambulance service is incorporated as a partial offset to those personnel costs. As the table illustrates, the cumulative cost of new positions increases each year as positions are added and existing positions experience normal cost growth. While general fund resources grow modestly over the period, they do not fully keep pace with cumulative cost. The millage rate equivalent helps illustrate the scale of that gap, increasing from approximately 0.2 of a mil in fiscal year 27 to just over 0.6 of a mil in fiscal year 2031 if all positions were funded. This slide is intended to provide context around magnitude and timing. Other approaches to addressing the gap include increasing revenues, reducing expenses, or adjusting the number and timing of new positions funded. Next, we'll walk through a few what-if scenarios. These are meant to show some of the key levers available within the financial forecast and how adjusting those levers can influence the overall direction over time. Much like making small adjustments to the sales, these scenarios illustrate how incremental changes driven by choices, priorities, or external conditions can alter the city's course. They're not recommendations, but tools to help us understand potential impacts and trade-offs. Commission feedback will be especially important here as it will help determine which options are worth exploring further as we chart the course ahead. The first what-if scenario examines implementing a fire assessment and reducing the general fund operating millage rate by 1.25 mils. Under this scenario, the fire assessment is estimated to generate approximately $10 million in revenue, which is equivalent to 1.25 mils of property tax. As a result, the general fund operating millage could decrease from 4.637 mils to approximately 3.387 mils, with the reduction in property tax revenue being offset by the assessment. From a revenue perspective, this scenario is neutral. Total revenues remain unchanged. However, the funding source shifts from property taxes to a dedicated fire assessment. This changes the composition of general fund revenues without altering the city's overall financial position. One potential implication of this shift is reduced reliance on property taxes, which aligns with a weakness identified in the financial SWOT analysis. It may lessen exposure to potential state-level property tax reform. The table on the bottom right provides context by showing operating millage rates for other Volusia County cities and illustrates where the city would fall if the operating millage were reduced by 1.25 mils under this scenario. This second what-if scenario builds on the prior example, but assumes a smaller reduction in the general fund operating millage rate. As in scenario 1, a fire assessment is implemented and is estimated to generate approximately $10 million in revenue, which is equivalent to the 1.25 mils of property tax. Under this scenario, however, the operating millage is reduced by only half a mil rather than the full 1.25 mils. That results in a new operating millage rate of 4.137 mils. The associated reduction in property tax revenue is about $4 million. Because the millage rate reduction is smaller than the revenue generated by the fire assessment, this scenario creates approximately $6 million in positive cash flow. That additional capacity could be applied toward workforce needs, capital investments, or other priorities. The third and final scenario examines adjusting the general fund reserve target. Specifically, it looks at reducing the reserve target from 25% level to either 20% or 16.7%, which represents the minimum level recommended by GFOA. Lowering the reserve target creates two types of capacity. First, it results in a one-time reduction in required reserves, generating a one-time savings. Second, because the ongoing reserve requirement is lower, it also produces recurring annual savings over the forecast period. As shown in the tables, reducing the target to 20% generates approximately $2.8 million in one-time savings in fiscal year 27, along with annual ongoing savings in the future. Reducing the target further to 16.7% increases the one-time savings to approximately $4.6 million and results in higher ongoing annual savings. These resources could be used to support recurring capital needs, address deferred maintenance, or help offset the cost of additional staffing. At the same time, this lever involves important trade-offs. As a coastal community, the city faces risks such as hurricanes and flooding, which were identified as a threat in the financial SWOT analysis. Reserves provide a financial safety net that allows the city to respond quickly and recover more efficiently following major events. One consideration is whether some of that risk could be managed through other tools, such as a line of credit that would only be drawn upon if needed, rather than maintaining higher levels of cash and reserves at all times. This scenario highlights the balance between financial flexibility, risk management, and the cost of holding reserves. And that wraps up the financial forecast. So our next step, Phase 3, it'll be focusing on expanding and refining the plan based on commission feedback. That includes taking a deeper dive into the financial SWOT analysis, refining core goals and assumptions, and further evaluating growth, capital requests, and workforce projections. In Phase 3, we will also expand the forecast to include all major funds, incorporate West Side growth and expansion scenarios, improve usability through the development of a financial dashboard, and continue to monitor and model potential property tax reform and other revenue options. Phase 4 is ongoing and focuses on monitoring and reevaluation. The intent is for this forecast to remain a living planning tool that is updated regularly as conditions, priorities, and policy direction evolve. Today's presentation is intended to provide a framework for discussion and your input, and will help shape how this forecast is refined and how it is used moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Appreciate that, and appreciate the manager saving the light lift for the afternoon. And lots of food for thought there for sure. Mr. Manager, do you want to guide us on how you want us to pose our questions to the past three speakers, or just let us go at it? What do you recommend?
Well, I'm going to let y'all go at it and ask whatever questions you want, but just to kind of frame all that, I wanted to kind of show you all this afternoon. We are dealing with some complex issues from a service provision standpoint, and how we maintain service levels, the cost of the things that we want to do, we will have a balanced budget every year. We have to have a balanced budget every year. But you will have to make decisions in order to balance that budget. And you see from the Development Services Director, what we know is ahead of us in terms of development and the number of housing units we can expect to see, which translates into population, which then translates into demand for public infrastructure and public services. You heard from the Assistant City Manager how we're planning to bring all of that together to develop plans to provide that infrastructure concurrently with that development. And then you've heard from the Finance Director on financial planning. And so the model that you saw is obviously quite complex and has a lot of inputs into it and a lot of decisions that we'll have to make. And it is intended as a starting point for us, and we'll build that model out further. And I think we'll get better and better at projecting. But one of the key takeaways right now, we've got, I think, a 3 to 5 year time period where we can really plan and get ready for development. You saw the projections for housing growth and population growth. They're very manageable at this point in time, and we're not expecting to see a huge variation from what we're projecting. Things can change. Right now, mortgage rates are what they are. Growth is what it is. Things could change, and we may get a more robust economy. Don't know if that will happen or not. But based on what we know from the developers and what they're telling us when they plan to bring things online, we're not looking at a significant influx from developments like Deering Park, for example. Those are still several years away. And so I think it's important for us to know, well, we've got this time right now to begin planning and putting things in place for what we know that we will need going forward. At some point, maybe 10 years from now, 20 years from now, I don't know, we will need an additional recreation facility somewhere on the west side to support population growth over there. So we need to start thinking about how we're going to do that. We think we'll probably need more fire stations. We think we will need, in particular, a fleet management service center. We will possibly need additional administrative office space. So there's a lot of things for us to think about in terms of our infrastructure planning. And you also heard, though, that there's a lot of financing sources in place for that new capital, the impact fees and grants and things that are available. So I know that was a lot to digest, and maybe we should take a 5-minute break before we get into the discussion, up to you guys. But the team is happy to answer whatever questions that you may have.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate that. What's your desire? You want a break? Are you ready to keep going?
Let's get into it.
Okay.
Because we're
Very good.
supposed to be out in 15 minutes.
Yeah. That's right. 5 will become 15. All right. Very good. So we've got Shane had the tactical, here's what's coming immediately that he's got on the drawing board. We had Ron that came up and said, here's what I see for the future. And then a very detailed look about how to pay for all that future infrastructure from Joe. So questions for any of those three in any order? Commissioner Martin.
Okay, well, let's see. Since Shane came up first, I was just wondering if we could implement permitted uses as we look at the main corridors into New Smyrna Beach, and we're really trying to make it a special city. When we see certain types of businesses, it conveys the impression of a very different kind of town than I think we want. Thrilled to know there's a second gun shop on 44, and yeah, I mean, there's just, we have the opportunity as we're looking at sidewalks and doing things to encourage. I understand we can't tell anybody, and I understand the retail aspect of it, but do we have the opportunity to list permitted uses?
I believe your question is, do we have an opportunity to adjust the existing list of permitted uses inside the various zoning districts that we have? Yes, there is an opportunity to do that, but we have to be careful about removing lists, items, permitted uses from that list and making existing businesses non-conforming. That can be very tricky.
I understand the grandfathering in's always tricky, but not doing it just means it can continue to proliferate. How many smoke shops can this town support? So there has to be, do the oops of our past dictate our future?
Well, if there are existing permitted uses in those zoning districts, again, we just have to be real careful about eliminating them and then making an existing business non-conforming. And I would want to get the city attorney's advice on that before we ever took that step. I know we looked at, about 3 years ago when I started, we were looking at putting in buffers to some of those uses so that we could limit their distribution. And what we ran into were some legal issues. You had to be able to prove that they were really a detriment to society, not that you just didn't want them there. And so we ran into that with, I believe, tattoo parlors, gun shops, and a couple of other things.
By the way, I only wish that Maui Nix looked like the slide that you showed.
It's not finished yet.
Pardon?
It's not finished yet.
So they are going to put siding over the bright red concrete that they've painted?
They should be, yes.
Okay, thank you. But it does lead me generally into architectural standards. It reminds me of first do no harm, and whenever we develop, and we have many ways of not putting incongruous things into neighborhoods. But when you get into certain areas like Flagler Avenue, years and years ago, they did have some drawings on suggested architectural standards. But some of those businesses, like Krabby's on Buenos Aires, said we would have done Low Country or Old Florida vernacular had anybody asked us. And so rather than adding to the ambiance and that feeling of the Flagler area, it detracted. So I'm wondering if we can look at some of these possibilities, some of the openings between putting a 3.5-story house on a block that has nothing but 1-story houses. And not to say that everybody would have to be 1 story, but that's a gigantic differential. 2 stories or 2.5 stories, but it really changes the whole neighborhood on that. So I'm looking for some kind of modifications in there to take care of who we have now, as well as the people that are coming in.
Let me help see if I can address some of that. Not to spend too much time on this. I understand your concern about character, although I'm not sure that there is any particular character to what's on State Route 44 coming into the city. It is a mismatch of a variety of things. I do think we have some opportunities at the corridors that Shane identified, and in particular the south entrance to the beach. And he's going to be leading corridor planning efforts on both the north and south corridor, and I think those would be appropriate environments in which to discuss architectural character for those areas in particular. But just a citywide, I'm not sure that we could ever get to an agreement on what that is.
Well, there are obviously places that one starts and could then choose whether to go out.
Yeah,
And
I'm
you
just
know how
saying,
excited I am.
On Highway 44, as we come in, there are mobile home parks, there are vacant pieces of property, there are chain link fences falling into the sidewalk.
New smoke shop.
Yeah, there's just not a particular character that I'm sure that I would know how to develop on that area.
Well, I know, you know how excited I am about Third Avenue, and you do have a vision and a strategy for getting that to be very different than it is now. It would be nice if that kind of planning and thought process could be also applied to 44. Nothing's going to change what's there now, but again, our oops of the past not dictating our future. Okay, Shane, some of the things you were looking at on the pedestrian and bike, for example, Third Avenue, where these are less successful is where there is a high speed. I'm not comfortable using a bike lane on Third Avenue when they're coming off South Atlantic at 60 miles an hour. I might be in the bike lane, but just the breeze going by could knock me over. So I think we have to take that into consideration, to add that component to make this work.
Any other questions?
Yeah, just, I want to make sure I understood. Ron, did I understand you expect 15 to 20K population increase in 10 years?
No, I just use that as an example at this time. The study's going to determine what that population is going to be. I just use that for example purposes.
Okay, but it's not based on expectation?
It's not based on any real analysis at this point.
Thank you. I'm done.
Okay, good. Commissioner Perrine?
Yeah, to comment on Commissioner Martin wanting some aesthetics, I 110% disagree with that. We went through that with ZTA-22 text amendment and trying to control lot assemblage, and because they wanted this charming looking town. And then my thought was, what about when you go to Switzerland and you see a historic building next to a modern contemporary building? We have bigger bigger fish to fry than worrying about if a building is blue or white. That's my only comment I'm going to make on that. So I want to reach out to Joanne and say thank you for this. This is brutally hard to do. I've done it for Target and Kroger for years and years. 27 years we did the what ifs. And I know what you went through to do this. And the thing that captured my attention was the urgency for us to look at the commercial side of this, because the residential side was flat. And you took a flat growth, and this is the purpose that we did during Park, the ones that voted yes on it, was to balance our budget. And that's the 60-40 problem that we currently, want to get to versus the 80-20. So with that, it came out clear to me that if we continue going the way we're going, we're going to be in the red. And thank you for that, because I think we need to take that and take a workshop and dedicate it solely to you. You showed us the criteria that you need and the what ifs and what you based your decisions. That's more than probably what we needed to know. We like to see the impact of the final analysis of the what if, but we needed to hear what you just did to know how you went through this process, because a lot of us here haven't done that. I mean, I have, but not everybody's in the finance department like I was. So thank you for that. It was huge. And what I grabbed out of that, and I think what we can use that as a model for the future of our city, is what we actually need for the direction and its economic development. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that. Commissioner Ashley.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Shane, I was just wondering that when you answered my question about permitting and you went through that list of people who actually look at it, is there a place on our website that actually says that, that explains that process? And if not, I mean, I think what you said, written down and conveyed to anybody, would be very helpful.
If, I'm not sure if there is or not, but if there's not, we can make that happen.
Okay, that'd be great. Yeah, that would be great.
Sure, and I actually even had an idea of maybe creating like a workshop for the public to teach them how to use our portal and how the whole process works.
Well, I would attend.
Because people they just don't know and they get frustrated, but it's it's usually not staff's fault.
Well, that's good to hear. I believe you. Next was about plating. The South Village is under plating right now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know anything about plating except what I know is where I live in Venetian Bay. And if you drive up Airport Road, there's one playground with no parking lot for 8,000 people, something like 3,000 families. And I'm wondering if in South Village, in the plating, is there multiple kiddie playgrounds? Are there tot lots? Are there pocket parks? Is there a dog park?
Off the top of my head, I don't have all that, but I can get that for you as well. And we can make sure, there were lessons learned with Deering Park. I'm not Deering Park, I mean Venetian Bay.
Right.
And that the parks and not being any parking and building houses right up to the edge with a little tiny access point.
Right.
Those were the things that the residents were really vocal about when I first got here 3 years ago. Like, how did this happen?
Right.
How did GOCM do all this to us? And so we're definitely sensitive to that as new developments are coming through.
Okay, so I would like to know, and maybe walk through it with you.
Sure.
On the layout of South Village, and if you think we need to change it, or I complain loud enough, can it be changed?
Sure, yeah, we can sit down and
Okay,
walk through the
great,
whole thing anytime.
Great. Thank you.
Pleasure.
That's it, yeah.
Okay, very good. Commissioner McGurk.
Thank you. Obviously, I'm going to just run through some topics real quick. I'm not going to get into any detail for time, and I know that everybody needs to get going. I'll let any staff make any comment if they feel the need to. There's a big difference between a local person putting in a small business, doing an addition to their home, to a, quote, developer. We are treated the same when we come through the planning and building department. We use the word developer interchangeably. I see developers as large-scale projects. They take immense amount of time and resources, as do the local residents who want to get done certain things. So we need to identify that and try to, at least unofficially, try to decipher. You can't treat people differently, but we need to acknowledge that. We gave $6 million back from the building fund. All I've ever heard was, we're busy, we're busy, we're busy. I get that. And I know, and I have experienced many people, contractors, blaming city staff for why things are slow. And they absolutely deserve to be called out on that. But that doesn't mean all the cases are. And I'm told that, things take time, and we have different people that need to see things. And I agree, that's great, we're proactive. I think everybody agrees it takes time and we need people. So why we gave $6 million back instead of hiring more people and adjusting the business model to accommodate, especially our local residents, small business people, to be able to expedite things quickly. That needs to be done. And do not mistake what I'm saying. This is not staff's fault. This is not the planner's fault or the building's fault. That is something that we needed to plan for. And with $6 million that we gave back in building permits, I saw that that was a mistake. That probably shouldn't have been done. We had better use for that money. Myrtle and 44 with Sprouts. We have to have arrows. That lighted intersection needs to be done properly, because you get the train that backs up Canal and everybody goes over. So with that grocery store, with the schools, the trains, the traffic, we're going to need arrows. We're going to need right turn, left turn arrows. Left turn going east. When you're headed south on Myrtle, you need to make a left turn east onto 44. We need an arrow. those things, those arrows are not there. So anyway, that's just my thoughts, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much for your presentations. And again, Joe, fantastic. I love it, and we'll be getting in the budgets over the next couple months, so I look forward to getting my head around that even more. Thank you.
I'd just make two quick comments there.
Sure.
I think what Commissioner McGurk is talking about is after the hurricanes and after COVID, the building department did not charge building fees for some time as a courtesy to the public. Obviously, after the hurricanes, it was kind of a traumatic event for a lot of people. The leadership at that time, it was before my time, decided that was one of the things they were going to do to give back to the public. And in retrospect, that might not have been the best idea. So that was that. And then I'm not going to comment on the other because it's getting ready to go to public hearings.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that, Shane. Just a couple here. We've talked about the processing before and the fantasy versus the reality of what happens behind your chain of events there, Shane. But here and cry again for a speed lane for those that are simple compared to those that are complex. So consideration for you. And we've got a reputation, and I hate to see it on the backs of your staff of being New Smyrna doesn't want development. We don't like it. And we're going to slow it down. We're going to use the city staff to slow it down. We shouldn't use you to slow it down. We should have the policies and procedures in place that we want, and you to quickly and expeditiously execute them. I would commend some benchmarking of other cities that have different reputations and find out if those would be applicable here. It's disconcerting to see those two slides, the orange and the green, that look like the bomblets landing in Israel. Didn't like that. It shows how many different things are going on, Shane, and it could be, for those that don't want anything, very upsetting. An idea I've got is that if you would chart it over time, I think you could kind of answer this question easily. We are in step, or we are ahead, or we're behind where we have been over the last several years. And that's what people want to know. That they see that big number and they go, holy cow, what are you doing? Are you paving paradise? No, we're not. But if you showed them a chain of 10 years, 5 years, whatever, they would see that, hey, we are not out of step from where we've been, or yes, we are. So then we need maybe to look at a policy change at this level. So I just commend that to you as a way of reducing angst for how much is going on. I know it's a lot going on inside your house, but when you portray it outside, it looks like, oh my gosh, there's so much going on. Where did these people come from? Why are we allowing that to happen in New Smyrna? And it may be nothing. It may be exactly what we've done in the past. Just some ideas. Any comments on any of my ideas?
Well, I'm not sure which slide you were talking about the bombs going off, but I think I understood the gist.
Little dots, gold and green dots.
The development activity report maps. Yeah. We're definitely not any different than we've been at least the last 3 years that I've been here. And we could do a GIS analysis, actually break down parcel by parcel, for every 5 years, what parcels were developed. We could look at that. We could do a deeper dive into, by decade. We could do a lot of different neat analysis. But I think we're probably where we need to be as far as capacity with all the stuff that we have already in the pipeline. And you got to think, if we're absorbing maybe a couple hundred new homes a year right now, we've got time to catch up and get the things in place that Ron talked about and that Joe talked about as far as planning financially.
Thanks. And I'm not asking for more work. I'm just offering an idea to decrease the workload by calming those that would think we're out of control. That's all I have. And maybe we are, but I can't tell from looking at that slide. I'd like to look at a
Sure.
10-year slide to know that. Ron, thank you for taking a look to the future and how to sew the whole thing together and what infrastructure would be needed, and that your hand is on the wheel as the head guy for looking to what the infrastructure is required before it gets to us, so we don't fall asleep and wake up and go, oh my gosh, we've got not enough of fire coverage, police coverage, roads, et cetera, et cetera. So thank you for that a lot. And lastly, to Joe, echo Commissioner Perrine's remarks about how you went through and looked systematically at where we can go and where we might go with stress testing on the upside and on the downside. I think it's very, very important. And one thing's for sure, this won't be steady. Whatever you planned will not be what we result in, because we'll have a storm, we'll have an economic something or other, we'll have a war. So all those things will happen. And I think that's enough. Yeah. There's a couple more things, but what you did deserves a lot more discussion, a lot more time on, and I'm delighted to see now it's phase 1 and phase 2, and phase 3 will be after you get feedback. We probably haven't given you much today, but we've got time to digest it, and we will get back to you as the clock ticks. The manager will make sure we do that, and we owe you a bunch of stuff there. The last piece, I know what it was going to be, is Commissioner Perrine's got it right. If we keep the same profile we've been having for decades of ad valorem property tax on homes, we will be the museum piece that none of the children will be able to afford to own in. And so we've got to change that profile. Those property taxes are continuing to rise as the models forecast that our infrastructure is going to continue to rise. And so absent a differentiation of how to pay for that, we will be in deep yogurt. So nice that we're looking this far ahead, Mr. Manager. That's really, really good. We just really have to pull the trigger and do something about that to change that model over time. Any closing remarks from any of my colleagues? Commissioner Martin.
I would suggest that next year this be a 2-day program, because the presentations, there's a lot to digest, and then we can go home, think about it, and come back and discuss it in more depth.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Ashley.
What do we do next? What should we do next as a commission to follow through on all these ideas that were presented to us? That's number one. Number two is, I think we need to talk about the office of the city clerk. I think that the demands on that position and that office have increased almost exponentially, and bottom line is I think Sharon needs some help. And I think it might need to be a historian or something that would bolster that forward-facing office there.
So I think you're on it. I think the clerk needs to give us some data to show us where we used to be and where we are today, and then we can call those shots. I know the manager's looking at it already, and so we've talked about it, Sharon and I, and she's going to bring forward some data so that we can know what that is. And should we do that before the budget cycle? Absolutely. What else, sir?
Just thanks to everybody for this tremendous effort. Very informative and educational.
For sure. Commissioner Perrine.
I don't have any other comments. Thank you.
Very good. Mr. Manager, sum us up here, sir. I've spoken too much.
Well, just to note, we did have one more opportunity for public input at the end of the agenda if you want to do that. Yeah. And just to follow up, in your books, you've got the different department business plans. We will give you and make available all of the presentations from today. The city clerk has all of those, and those will be put online. We can print those out for you if you'd like to.
Can we get them printed?
Sure.
Because I'd like to have one comprehensive binder.
I think we can print those and give them to you just to put in your binder. Yeah.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate that. Anything from you, Madam Clerk? Madam Attorney. Public participation is now open for those of you that have topics relating to the strategic priorities for the city of New Smyrna Beach. Be happy to entertain your comments for 3 minutes.
I'll be quick. I know it's been a long day. Sharon Glenn, first off, I wanted to start on a very happy note. I really enjoyed the presentation about the conservation. I think that's a really great thing. One of the things with that I would like to consider eliminating, I know we just converted a lot of the lights to LEDs in the recreational park, but there are studies that show that has a very detrimental effect on the beneficial insect population, so that's something that I wish we could look at. I like the percentage of tree cover. We need to include that into developments because it is so hot in Florida. A lot of the new developments have no trees. With respect to that, I wanted to mention if there's any plans for fencing to protect wildlife or land bridges. I don't know if any of that is in the budget. Another thing, I noticed a lot of cameras popping up. Something that the city please look into is the flock cameras. AI, I know everyone is raving about AI, but it's extremely dangerous, and flock cameras have had instances of safety abuse, including one case where someone was wrongfully accused of a crime. With the parking, one thing I wanted to mention, if we could please keep at least 1 lot or 2 lots with the kiosks, because I personally have experience when your phone dies and then you're kind of SOL, excuse my language. To keep in mind in terms of future strategic planning that we can try and do anything possible so that no data centers get built. This is really bad for our wildlife. They make a lot of noise, they take a lot of energy, they take a lot of water, and it's really expensive. Like you mentioned, Mayor, hearing all of the future plans, it is very alarming, and that a lot of it are through PUDs. I really wish we could consider having a moratorium on PUDs until everything that has already gone through is through and we see the effects of it in real time. Also with seeing how the costs add up and the strain that it takes on the city infrastructure, this was kind of alarming. And also with the expansion of our beautiful roads like Pioneer, those are beautiful roads to like cruise down, and it just seems like a lot of nature is kind of getting taken away. And I like to be able to live in a city that has, and I think we all do, that has a balance with nature. And I think we live in a beautiful community. We still have kids that ride on bikes. We aren't addicted to our devices for the most part. And these are things we love about our community and we'd like to keep. So I probably went over 3 minutes. So thank you so much for listening. I appreciate everything you guys have done today. I listened on YouTube. You guys are awesome. Thanks.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Appreciate that. Any other public participation? Seeing none, thank you, staff, for being here all day and dedicating time to inform and educate and let us know that you're not staring at your toes, you're looking at the future. We're just delighted with that. So, Mr. Chavez, the interaction and partnership and interoperability you have with our Public Works group and our engineering team is phenomenal. Keep that up. We wouldn't want to have it any other way. Thank you so very much. With that said, thank you all for coming today. We're adjourned.